Get ready to embark on an exciting journey into Django, a high level Python web framework that empowers developers to build robust, scalable, and maintainable web applications with ease. In this video tutorial, we'll explore the fundamentals of Django from setting up your development environment to creating a dynamic web application. Whether you are a beginner eager to dive into web development or an experienced developer looking to streamline your workflow, Django's simplicity and flexibility makes it a fantastic choice. Let's unlock the power of Django together and unleash your creativity in the world of web development right here on Halogenius Ideas. The prerequisites for this course include a basic knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then, most importantly, you need to know the fundamentals of Python. Okay, so the prerequisites you need HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and the fundamentals of Python. But I'm not going to be going deep into any form of HTML, CSS, or JavaScript per se. But you need to understand Python in particular for this course. And if you come to Halogenius Ideas on YouTube, this is our YouTube channel. If you scroll down a bit, we have all these courses on the channel. This is for HTML, this is for CSS, SAS isn't compulsory. If you come under the featured courses, if you scroll, you will see this is JavaScript over here. Then the one for Python, if you come to videos, you should see, yes, learn Python in 4 hours. So you can see the Python course over here. So those are the prerequisites basically. You don't have to go very in depth, but just know the fundamentals and you are good to go for this course. This course is designed particularly for beginners, so don't worry if you don't have any prior knowledge of Django, you are covered. Trust me, you are covered. Okay. All right then. We move on to installing the softwares that we are going to be needing for this tutorial. What softwares do we need? We are going to be needing the Python interpreter. We are also going to be needing the pip installer, the Python package manager called pip. Okay, the Python package manager called pip. So how do we do this? Very simple. You can come to python.org. I'm on Linux at the moment, but for Windows, installing on Windows on Mac is not difficult at all. If you come here, so the reason why it is giving me this is because I'm currently on Linux. If I were on a Windows machine, it will display my operating system here. So just click on this, you download and you install. It is pretty straightforward. So and when you install Python, pip comes as part of the package. You will see an option where you have to select include Python to part. You also tick that option and you are good to go. Okay, so if you're on Mac OS, you can just click this option over here. If you're on Windows and all that, so that will be basically all for installing. All you need. Another thing that you might want to install is VS Code. I have my VS Code installed already. So, but if you come to code.visualstudio.com, so yeah, you come here, you download your Visual Studio. So, Visual Studio Code rather. So, I'm on Linux, but I have my Visual Studio Code installed already. So, I don't have to do that. Okay, so yeah, that will be all for all you have to install. All you need basically the Python interpreter, the pip package manager that comes together with the Python interpreter. Then you are going to be needing the your text editor, which can be Sublime, VS Code, Atom, or whatsoever you want. This next part isn't compulsory, but I would strongly suggest that you go with it. It is called a virtual environment. Okay, so a virtual environment is a contained environment where you can install software and Python packages. Like you have a contained development space which isolates the software and the packages from the rest of your machine's global environment. So this convenient isolation prevents conflicting packages or software from interacting with each other. So it makes it easier for this is my machine, but I'm creating a contained environment where this particular project is on. Okay, so for you to create the virtual environment, the first thing you have to do is to install it. So you come to your terminal. So I think on Windows you have the command prompt. On Mac, I think it's terminal, they call it as well. So you come to pip install. You are going to be installing virtual env. So okay, you see it's downloading my virtual env. So okay, very good. So now that my virtual env is installed, for me to confirm that it is installed, I have to do virtual env dash dash v. No, it should be dash dash version. Okay, so you can see the version I have, so it is working just fine. Okay, so the next thing I want to do now is to create an environment where I'm going to be installing this virtual env. So everything I want to do, I'll be doing it in that contained development environment. So let me just open my folder. Then you can do this on any part of your machine. Okay, so I'll just come to documents and code. Let me open new folder. I'm going to call this Django tutorial for beginners. Okay, so open this. So this is the folder where I'm going to be doing all the development I want to do. So basically I'll be installing my virtual environment here. Right click and open it in terminal. So I'm on Linux, so I can do this. I think on Windows you should be able to do this too. Just look for a way to open this particular folder in your terminal. Then after opening it in your terminal, the next thing you want to do is to create a new virtual environment inside this particular folder. Then I'm going to be naming my virtual environment tutorial underscore env. How do you create it? Virtual env, then tutorial env. Now, if you take a good look at what I have, I'm having virtual env over here, then tutorial env, virtual env, tutorial env. So enter. So you see now, it has created a virtual environment for me. You can see the tutorial environment over here. So this inside this tutorial environment, now this is my virtual environment. You can see I have the bin, the library, and whatsoever. So now this is my content development environment. I can start developing whatsoever I want inside this environment. Okay. So now the next thing I want to do, I can do something like I have to cd into that particular environment that I just created, which is tutorial env. So cd tutorial env. Okay, now I have to activate the virtual environment. How do you activate the virtual environment? So if you try to view all the folders that you have, you can see that this ls command is showing me bin, lib, and this file over here, which is what I have over here. These three things. Okay. For me to activate the virtual environment, all I have to do, very simple, just dot bin slash activate. No, activate. You see TIVAT, yes. So you can see that my tutorial environment, virtual environment is now active. Okay, if I want to deactivate it, very simple. Just deactivate. You see, just to deactivate, and um, the virtual environment is off. So but I want to activate it for the sake of the tutorial, so we can move on. So you can see my virtual environment is set. Now I can continue doing whatever I want to do. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is to install Django. Okay, the next thing we want to do now is to install Django itself. Now for you to install Django, you can use the Python package manager to install your Django. How do you do that? Don't forget, when we were installing the virtual environment, we did something like pip install virtual env, but in this case what we want to install is Django. So just Django. Okay, and that is all. Pip install Django. So it will download the Django module. Then okay, so now the Django package is installed. The Django package is installed. If you come to site packages, so you can see this is the Django package that we just installed just now. This is the Django package. So if you come to the Python packages in this particular virtual environment, you can see these are the packages that make up the environment. You can see, so you can see the Django that we just installed, and you can see the Python package manager, which is pip. So everything is in order. So now that Django is installed in our virtual environment, we can create a Django project. How do you create a Django project? Very simple. So don't forget we are in the tutorial environment. So and this is the tutorial environment basically. So all you have to do is just to say Django admin, then start project. And what is the name of the project going to be? Let me just say my project. Just enter, and if you come back here, you can see my project over here. So this is the Django project. This is the Django project. So this is you have basically we've created the Django project. Now the next thing I want to do is to open this project in VS Code. Okay, so come back to the terminal, and I can do something like this. Code. So it will open this particular folder for me in VS Code. That is what this command will do. Just code then period. You have to put a space between the code and the period. It will open this particular folder in VS Code. Okay, so this is my VS Code open. Okay, so you can see that I'm in my virtual environment. You can see that I'm in my virtual environment. So basically that is your Django project up and running, ready to take off. So now, to ensure that everything is set up correctly, we are going to start the Django project. We are going to start the Django project. So just to be sure. Now, what do we want to do? If you come back to the terminal, let me clear the terminal. The terminal is looking okay. So don't forget, I'm still in the tutorial environment. Now, if I should list out all the files that I have in this particular folder, you see that I have bin lib and my projects, which is this folder over here, the lib, then my project. Let me increase the font size of my VS Code. So settings, instead of 18, let me make it 23 so that the font size will be bigger. Close this. Okay, so you can see that I have my project and this other one. So if you come to the terminal, what you are looking for is this my project folder. You have to navigate into the my project folder where you have this manage.py, because this manage.py is your command line administration interface for this particular project, for all your Django projects, the manage.py. So how do you do that? Very simple. All you have to do is to cd into my project. Then after, now in the my project, if you list out everything you have, I think on Windows you are going to be having dir. Yes, that is the command to list out everything you have. So under my project, the next thing you want to do, since you have manage.py now, all you have to do is just Python manage.py, then you run server. It will open a server for you on port 8000. You can see the server over here. So you can just click on it. I think control click, it will open it on the web browser. So you can see what I have now. This is the Django default view. This view over here shows that everything that you want to do installing your Django is your Django is installed correctly. Okay, so now we are going to be talking about the file organization for Django, the file organization. How are Django files organized? Now, if you take a good look at what I have over here, I have the Django project itself is this folder over here. You don't necessarily have to use a virtual environment, but I would advise that you do so. It makes your work easier even while deploying your project as well. Okay, so if you come to my project, some of the folders over here, you don't have to, you are not going to be tampering with any of them. For example, this folder where you have the PyCache, this C Python folders, you have no business working with them. So, and this init file over here, I don't think you're going to be having any business with it, at least for a very long time. Then this ASGI, you are not going to be having any business with it also for a very long time. Okay, so just ignore these particular ones for now. Then we have the settings.py. Now this is the bedrock of the project. This is the bedrock of the project. You can make or mar the project from here. Okay, so this is not to be modified carelessly. You must not modify this particular project, this particular folder carelessly. So a lot of things you are going to be doing in this project, you have to set them up in this particular folder. So we also have the urls.py. The urls.py. Now this is the file where the views and the URLs are going to be matched. Okay, if you come to the Django website, Django official docs documentation. So if you open this documentation over here, for this tutorial, I will strongly advise that, okay, I think the latest version of Django is 5.0. So wow, that's a lot. So now, I would advise that you stay very close to this documentation. Django is properly documented. There is hardly any problem you will encounter in Django that you will not find the solution over here. Hardly any project at all, trust me. So make sure that you stay very close to this documentation. But that is talk for another day. Now, if you come to this overview, so this is one view over here. This is one particular page. And if you look at what is happening over here, I have this link, this URL, and I have this particular view. It is the urls.py, this urls.py that is going to be matching this particular URL to this view that I have over here. We are going to be doing a lot of demonstrations with urls.py. Okay, so that is the work of the urls.py. So this whiskey.py, you are not going to be needing it for a very long time as well, so just um, ignore that for now. So this is manage.py. Manage.py is your command line administrative interface for the application. So I would advise that you don't modify it at all. I have never had to modify this particular file at all, so I believe you won't have to as well. So, and because of this check over here, you cannot just call this file. You cannot import this file into another file and call it from there. You have to call it from the command line. So that is this restriction over here. So basically, that is all about the file organization. Now we have this project over here, but another thing that you have to create in your application is what we refer to as an app. Okay, so we have the Django project and we have the app. So explaining the project and the app, take a an organization as an example. In the organization, you might be having the personnel department, you might be having the welfare department, you might be having the administrative department, you might be having the security department, you might be having the production department, you might be having the research department and all these other departments. Now take you can take the whole organization as the project and each of these departments as an app. Okay, as an app in the project. The app is meant to hold a particular function, a particular specific job is what the app is supposed to control. So take Instagram for an example. In your Instagram application, you have the stories, you have the feed, you have the explore, you have the chat functionality, you have the feed itself, you have the profile, so many other of these sub functions in the Instagram application. So you can see the Instagram as the project and all these sub functions as different applications installed to handle specific functions. All right. So for you to create so in simple terms, a Django app is like a building block in a web project. It is a small independent piece that does a specific job, such as managing user data or handling photos. Okay, so apps help keep the code organized and make it easy to reuse parts of the project in other projects as well. So you must not have plenty applications in your Django project unless it is very necessary. We have some pre-built apps that you can install to extend the default functionalities of your Django project. We have the DOSA, we have the Django REST framework, we have the cookie cutter, so many of them, like pre-built applications that you can just install in your Python project and you just walk away. Okay, but we are not going to be doing all that. We are not going to be doing all that. So for you to start a new application, for you to start a new application, all you have to do is to come to your terminal. Um, Come to your terminal. Let me exit. It is because of my virtual environment. So let me just do whatever I want to do in my virtual environment. Okay. So let me just exit this Python manage.py, then start app, my app. Now, if you take a good look at what just happened now, it's included another folder here. I have my app, this my app folder now. I have my app folder. Initially, what I was having is just a my project folder. If you come to this place, okay. Initially, all I was having is just this my project folder, but now I have this my project folder where I had all these files that I explained initially. Then now I have my app folder where I have admin.py, apps.py, and all those things. So now, navigating the app files, come here, okay. So, navigating the app files, you rarely have to do anything here for now. For now, you rarely have to do anything here. For the second one, which is admin.py, so this is the admin interface for this particular application and your project. This is the admin interface. You might want to be able to edit this particular whatever models you have in this particular applications, being able to interact with it in the administrative dashboard. So I will show you how to connect it. That is what you will be doing under the admin. So for the apps.py, you can ignore for now. Then the models, this is where you create your database tables and fields. So normally Django uses is very conversant with SQL database bases. So, but you are not going to be running any SQL queries at all. Django simplifies everything for you. All you have to do is to create your models, which represent your database tables. Then, with some few functions, you can retrieve data, you can modify data, and do all those. Okay. So, this is basically where you create your database tables and fields. So if you come to test.py, this is where you write test for your project. This is where you write test for your project. Now, if you come to views.py, views are basically where you define the views. Okay, so the responses to the user's HTTP request, the views determine what the user will see when they visit a particular URL in your application. If you come here, this is a view. This is a view. Okay, remember I told you that in urls.py, we are matching a URL to a particular view. That is what happens in urls.py. So this is a view. If you come to news, so this is the particular URL and this is the view over here. If you come to code, no, I think this is the GitHub repo. It's not in the. If you come to maybe community, now this is the URL and this is the view. Okay, so you can see that you have different views in the same application. You have different views, so that is those are views for you. So well, that will be all for the file organization of Django. So the next thing that we are going to be discussing is URL configuration in Django. All right, URL configuration in Django. So if you come to my project, you have a urls.py file. If I open it, you can see that for now the only URL path that we have is this admin interface. Okay, if you want to view what this path is going to be showing you, you have to come to um, this particular URL, which is the base URL for the website, for the application you are trying to build slash admin. Okay, my server is not running at the moment, so run server. All right. So okay, so you can see this admin interface. The reason why it is showing me dark mode is because my computer is on dark mode. I think if you click on this one, it will go to light mode. If you click on this, it comes to dark mode. Okay, so this is the admin interface, which is where this particular URL is taking the users to. If you go to admin slash, but we are going to be talking more about this when we talk about the admin when we talk about administration in Django. For now, let's just create one URL and see how to go about it. So in my applications, this is my app. In my applications, I'm going to be creating a new file, and I'll call it urls.py. Okay. So in urls.py, I'm going to, if you come to this other one over here, you see from Django.urls import path. This is basically what we are going to be needing. So from Django.urls we import path. I don't need this. So I can just leave this empty for now, since this is the default URL for this particular application. So I can just say, I can do something like views dot let me create the view first. If you come to views.py, I can just say def, let me say index. Now this index is going to be receiving the user's request. Okay, don't forget the views is supposed to respond to HTTP request. A view is a response to HTTP request. If you come over here, you can see that this is the HTTP request that the user is making at this URL. This view is responding to this request. So I'm going to be accepting the user's request. Okay, then after accepting the user's request, it's just a regular JavaScript, regular Python function. Then I'm going to be returning an HTTP response. So for me to return an HTTP response, I can just say from Django dot HTTP import HTTP response. Okay, so now I can just return the HTTP response, and this HTTP response I can just say hello. So if I should save this one now, and I try to go to that default URL, so don't forget the path. I can just say from views import, no, from dot views import index. So I can just say index, then I'll give it a name of index. So any part of my Django file, uh, uh, that I want to make reference to this particular URL mapping, I'll just call the name index, and it will give me this particular URL mapping. Okay, so if I should save this now and I come back to my Django application, if I should run this, you see it is still giving me this default interface. The reason is because what I've done so far is that I've created this application. I have not registered it in the project. Okay, this is the application. The project is unaware that an application like this exists. The project is totally unaware that an application like this exists. So how do you connect this particular application to the project itself, to the host project? All you have to do, the first thing is to come to the settings.py of the host project. In this settings.py, you will see installed applications. So under installed applications, so you can see the default applications that are installed into Django by default. So the first thing you want to do is to, don't forget, the name of the application is my app. My app. So my app. That is the first thing you do. So you save it first. But if you still come here to reload, you see that you are still getting this default Django interface. So how do you actually tell Django that for this default interface, I don't want this? All you have to do is to come to the urls.py for project and connect this urls.py for the app to the urls.py for the project. This is not confusing at all. Just get it right. For you to connect my app to my project, the first thing you have to do is to come to the settings.py in my project, come to installed applications. You include the name of your app. That is step one. The second step, you come to my app. That is if you have urls.py. There are some applications that you create in Django that with the way that you set up the whole project, you don't need a urls.py for those applications. So this second step is not compulsory. But since you have a urls.py for this particular application, you have to connect this urls.py to this urls.py over here. Okay, so how do you do that? Very simple. So just include. Okay, so initially I was importing only path in urls.py for my project, not for my app now. Then you come here and say um, path. So for this particular path now, I want to use the default URL. Then I will now include. What do I want to include? My app dot urls. If I should come here and I reload, you can see that now I'm getting hello, which is that HTTP response in this particular view over here. So let me just give you a glimpse into what is happening over here. If the user should visit this base URL, if the user should visit this particular base URL now, the base URL will send a request into the urls.py of the parent project. Okay, now it will look at all this path that we have, all this path that we have, then it will look for which one matches that request, and admin does not match this particular request. Admin doesn't match it. The one that matches the request is this one over here. And we have told, we are telling Django now that if somebody should come to this particular URL, include my app.urls. So it will go and look for my app.urls. It will check all the applications that were installed. Do we have anyone called my app? Okay, there is one that is called my app. It will go into my app.urls, in my app project, then it will look for urls.py. That urls.py, it will look for the URL patterns variable. This URL patterns variable, it is where you are going to be doing the view URL mapping. So you can see the URL over here, and this is the view. So this part is what is mapping the two of them together. Then you give it a special name so that in any part of your project, if you want to make reference to this particular mapping, then you can just call the name index instead of doing this manually. So what is index telling Django to return? Index, if you come to views.py, is returning a basic HTTP response, which is just hello. Okay, that is it basically. How to create your own specific URL in Django. So you can see that I created this view over here. This is a function based view. Okay, this is a function based view. So we also have what we refer to as class based views in Django. If you come to this documentation over here, I can just google it, class based views in Django. Okay, so yes, yeah, this documentation is very very important. You need to have this documentation. um, okay, so you see what I have over here from Django.http import HTTP response. So my view, it is accepting the user's request. Then it's now saying if the request is a get request, we are still going to be talking about the request method, which is get and post. So the view logic, then you return an HTTP response. Okay. So now if you want to convert this particular view to a class-based view, instead of basically you're going to be importing view from Django.views, then you create a class. The class will be inheriting from this view. Then on the get method of the class, that is where you're going to be implementing the get part. Okay, so if this particular view is going to be having a post request part, then you just did def post and all that. We are going to be talking about post and get request, but I'm not going to be using class based views in this particular tutorial because I believe that simple is better than complex. So I'll stick with the function based views. But if you want to use class based views, this is where you should come and see how you can do it. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. It's very simple, but I'll just go with the function based views for now. So before we move on, we need to talk about dynamic URLs. Okay, we need to talk about dynamic URLs. There is a way you can make your URL dynamic. That's a way you can make your URL dynamic, and it is very. It comes in very handy in when you want to create a dynamic part of your website. For example, if you come to this news, you can see this weblog. So I think weblog is an application that was installed. I think you can just get it online and you install it. I think so. So if you open this URL, you can see that you are having the year, the month, the day, and the title. So you can see this dynamic URL that you have over here. If I should come back here, we have the year, we have the month, we have the day, then we have the title of the project. So you can see these dynamic URLs. You can see these dynamic URLs that you can also create it in your Django application. All you have to do, very simple. So in this urls.py, let me close this one. In this urls.py, for us to create a dynamic URL, we can do something like let me just say path. Let me just say student slash. Then I can decide to use str over here, but what you are going to be using in most cases is actually integers. So let me just say int. You can use str for strings. You can also use int for integers. I prefer to use integers in this particular case. So you see what I'm having, student slash int pk. So this is me trying to create a dynamic URL. So this pk, how am I going to be getting access to it in my view? So let me map it to a particular view and call it maybe, for now let me just call it student details or something. Student details. So the reason why it is giving me this underline over here is just because I've not created it, but I will create it now. So the name is going to be equal to, no, z, student detail. Okay, so save this and come to views. Let me now create it. No, don't be lazy. Def student, then detail. Now this student detail, don't forget you are going to be receiving the user's HTTP request. Okay, request request. So request. Now another thing you want to receive is this particular pk. This pk. Normally this pk stands for primary key or something. Yeah, primary key. So this pk over here, come here and pk. So now I can just return it as a regular HTTP response. I can just say copy and paste this here. Then I'll say let me return a formatted string. So this is the detail page of the user with the ID of what? PK. With the ID of PK. So I'm just returning a regular formatted string. I believe you know what formatted strings are. So if I should save this, then this student detail, now I have to import it inside the views. So student details, comma, paste this. If I save this, I think I am missing. Okay, student detail. No, it should be detail. Should be detail. Uh-huh. Should be detail. If I should save this and I have come here to the student slash 91, you see it is giving me, this is the detail page of the user with the ID of 91. Let me zoom in. You can see this is the detail page of the user with the ID of 91. If I should make this one 9, you can see with the ID of 9. If I should make this one to be 7, with the ID of 7. So basically this is how you create dynamic URLs. Now you are going to be needing it extensively in your journey as a web developer. You are going to be needing this extensively. Okay, so that will be all for URL configurations and views for now. The next thing that we want to talk about Django templates. We want to talk about Django templates. So the first thing that we want to do is to configure Django to locate to we want to create a folder where we are going to be storing all our HTTP templates. Don't forget, this is an HTTP response. If you come to another maybe download, this is another HTTP response. Okay, so if you come to maybe about another HTTP response, you get. So how do we configure Django in a way such that we create a folder, then we tell Django that this particular folder is where we are going to be having all the HTTP, all the HTML files that we want to use for our project. Now, there are so many ways to do this. There are so many ways to do this. One way to do this is that in your app, in this my app folder that you have over here, you are going to be having, you will create a templates folder. Then inside the templates folder, you put all your HTML files there. So basically, you have to say, after creating my app, you create a folder templates. Then inside this particular templates folder, you create another folder, my app. Then inside my app, you will now create your HTML file. For example, index.html. But I don't like to do mine like this. I don't like to do mine like this. I don't like to do mine like this. And the reason is because all these nested folders, and like I said, simple is better than complex. So I'll just delete this. I'll delete this, move to trash. Yes. So one thing I'm going to be doing, which I would also recommend for beginners, is that in this folder where you have manage.py, in this folder where you have manage.py, what you want to do is to create a templates folder. In this particular folder where you have manage.py, then you tell Django that all the HTML files, if you are looking for an HTML file to respond to any view, okay, because all the HTML files are going to be returned through views. So instead of returning HTTP response, you are going to be returning rendering actual HTML files. So by default, what you have over here is render. Okay. So, and you can see the request that you're going to be rendering is HTTP, the template name, which is the HTML file basically. Then the context, which is the dynamic data you are passing into the Django template. But all these things we are going to be, you can see the status and all that. So let's just continue. So the first thing you want to do, you create a templates folder. Come here, you create a folder, name it templates. Okay, so all the HTML files I'm going to be using in my project will be in this particular folder. So that is the first thing to do. The second thing that you are going to do, you will go to settings.py. You go to settings.py. This thing you want to do now, you have to be very careful because you don't want to miss it. So you come under templates. So this is the settings.py is in the my projects folder. You come under templates. So under templates, you are going to you are going to modify this particular dirs. This dirs key is what you want to modify. So what do you want to do? You want to you want to do something like base. This base dir that we have over here is coming from this particular variable. Okay, this base dir. This base dir is coming from this particular variable, and this variable basically is going to help you to locate the beginning of your project. Okay, it will locate this particular project folder over here. That is what this base directory is going to locate. So this base directory now, you are going to just say comma, then templates. So basically, we are instructing Django to go to the base directory, okay, the root folder. Then the name of the templates folder must be correct. The name of this folder that we have over here must be correct with this particular. We created the templates folder. Where is it? Yes, this the name of this folder over here must correlate with this the name of this folder that we have over here. Okay, so now, in this template folder, let us just create a regular index.html file. So let's just say, let's do something like index.html. Index.html. So in this index.html file, I can just say HTML5. So thank God for VS Code. So the title of my I can just say Django tutorials for beginners. Come to the body, let me, and H1. Django is simple. Okay, it is simple. It is simple. So the reason why it is formatting the code for me is because I have the prettier extension installed. So I can just work on that. So don't forget to save this file. Don't forget to save this file. So now you go back to the view. Where is the view? This is the view over here. So you go back to the view. So under this index view, instead of returning an HTTP response, now you're going to be returning render. Okay, so you return render. Now request, then the file name, which is index.html. For now, we are not passing any dynamic data into it. So come back here, come back here and reload. No, remove this one. Okay, so you can see Django is simple. So basically, this index.html file, it is what is responding, it is what this view, this index view is using to respond to the HTTP request sent to this particular through this particular view. Control O. So this is the, I was zoomed in initially, so I just zoomed out. So Django is simple. That is how you can create an HTML file. That is how you can create an HTML file, and instead of using a regular string to respond to HTTP requests, now you can use actual HTML files to respond to HTTP requests. Okay, so now there is another thing that we have to take note of: template inheritance in Python, in Django rather. Now, if you come to this particular documentation, I like to use this website. You can see that the header, this is the header and this is the footer. If you come down, this is the footer over here. Okay, this is the footer. I'm on the foundations page. I'm on the about page. If you go to overview, you see that this is the header. If you scroll down, you have the footer. All right, and in the header, this is the only thing that changes. This is the only thing that changes. Now, if you come to download, you can see that this is the only thing that changes. Okay, but you have the header, the same thing, and also the one that is being highlighted here. If you come down here, you can see the footer is the same thing. Now, it will be very foolish of you as a developer that all you can do is to, for the overview, you write the whole of this HTML. Then you come to download, you write the header and the footer again together with the body of the HTML. No, that is not cool at all. So with the template inheritance, you can create a base template. The base template is going to be having the header and the footer. So you create child templates for each of the pages that you have. Okay. So how can we do that? Very simple. Very, very simple. So in this templates folder, let me close this. In this templates folder, we are going to be creating a base template. Then we are going to be creating the child template. So for this templates folder, I can just do something like create base.html. So in my base.html, HTML5. So for this HTML5, you can see the head section. Now I can make this title block, I can make it dynamic such that any page that you arrive on, I can control the title of the page and also control the body, the content of the page. How can I do that? So instead of having title document, I can just do something like this. So now I'll say block. Then I can just say title. Okay, then I'll give it maybe, let me just say my site or something like that. Then I will end the block. Basically, there are some extensions that you can install in VS Code that will make all this easier for you, but I think writing it out for this tutorial is better, so you'll be conscious of everything you're supposed to write. So now you can see I'm having block title, my site, then end block. So basically, this is a block of code here. The child, the child template will be able to modify this particular block. So that is the title block. Now, if you come to the body, I can create a content block. I'll create a content block. I can do something like under this body, I will say header. No, yes, header. So for this header block now, I'm going to be having something like let me say an ID of header. Then inside, I'm going to be creating the header block. So header, but I don't need this one. So this is the header block. Now I can say div content. So this is going to be the content block. You might decide to have just a single block in your HTML file. In your base.html, you might decide to have a single block, and you can have multiple blocks. I just want to show you the possibilities. Okay, so div id content, the block. So this is going to be block content. So I believe you understand what this id means, a selector for css. So you can also create, let's just create one for footer. So I can just say give it an id of footer, then block content. So this is going to be footer. Okay, so now this is my index.html, or this is my index.html. So basically, sorry, my base.html. This is the base HTML file. So every other HTML file that I want to create now will be inheriting from this parent. So I'll be using that particular child, the child HTML files to inject data to this parent HTML file. Okay, so for the child template, let me create home.html. So let me say home.html. So for this home.html, the first thing I want it to do is to inherit from this base.html. Okay, so basically for it to extend that particular one, no. So I'm going to be using the extend directive. So I'll just say extends then base.html. So now the first thing that I want to modify is this title. So I can just say block title. I can just say this is the home page. So this is the home page. Now for the content, I can do something like this, or for the header rather. For the header, I can do something like maybe h1. This is the home header. Okay, so this is the home header. Then I can say p lorem maybe 30. So now this is the home header. No, I'm not supposed to have something this long here. So now the next block that we have content for is this content block. So I can just copy this content block. You don't necessarily have to you don't need to have multiple blocks in your base.html. You don't have to, just what you need. So let me say h2. This is the body of the home. Okay, so let me just put a paragraph lorem 50. Okay, so come here and we have the footer. All right, so for this footer now I can just copy come here and for this footer, let me just do something like center. Let me use this center tag. Then I can just say h1. This is the footer of the site. So let me use the center block here too, even though I would. Nobody uses the center tag actually. You use the flexbox, the grid, or the margin auto to center your elements in HTML, but that is talk for another day. So you see what I have now. Um, okay, this is the block title. Okay, Prettier doesn't understand. Prettier doesn't understand the Ginger templating engine. So this is what we call the Ginger templating engine. There are some extensions that you can install that will make your life easier writing Django templates. I think we have Ginger and some other ones. Yes, Ginger templating language, but well, let's just leave all those ones for now. So this is my home.html. All right, this is my home.html. So let me use this home.html in an actual view. So come to URLs. Instead of index, let me create one. So I'll call this home. So home, then this will be home. So import home. So now let me go and create the home view. So copy. So now I have the home request, the home view returning render request, then home.html. All right. So if I should save this and I come here, come to Django tutorial slash home. Okay, the end block. Now the reason why that gave me an error is because of my prettier extension. The way it was formatting the code is the reason why we were having errors. So I will not be using the prettier extension for HTML formatting anymore. So I'm just going to be using the default for just the HTML, but for every other one, I'll be formatting using prettier. Okay. So now for this home.html, just like we did initially, I'm having the block title, then this is the home page, then end the block. Okay, so this block basically is going to be injecting the title into the base.html, and the title by default is my site. But if you come to the page, if you come here, you can say this is the home page. Come here and home, you can see this is the home page. Okay, so now for the header part, let me space this thing. So block header, then end block, and in the header block what we have is just a center tag with h1. This is the home header. Come here, this is the home header. So you can also see the footer and the body. Let us just create one more html file. Call this one about.html. So for this about.html, let me just copy the whole of this, then I'll just modify it as needed. So for this about, is also extending base.html, don't forget. So block title about page. So can just say about Halogenius Ideas. Then for the content, so how we have been pushing. I don't know what to write. So let me just leave this one. Okay, so this is the footer of the website. Okay, so okay, actually, the header of the website about Halogenius Ideas. Okay, so now let me create a view for it. So this will be just about. Okay, Save this and come to URLs. Just create another URL mapping for about. So if the user should give me about, just return about. But the about, we have to import it. About. So save this and come here instead of home, about. So you see now that I have about Halogenius Ideas, how we have been pushing, and this is the footer of the website. Okay, and if you come to home, you can see that the footer of the site remains the same. Okay, so instead of coming to the page, you write the whole of the home page, you write the whole of the about page. No, why not just create a base.html file? So this base.html file will serve as the base template for the website. Then you can work your way up from there. You can have multiple base.html files for different sections of your website. For example, you might be having the guest area and the user area. All right, you have the guest area and the user area. It will not be wise for you to start creating the same base.html for the two, because you are going to be having different formats, different page layouts. So for the regular guest area, you can have a different base.html. You can have something like guest.html or base guest.html, then the maybe base user for a .html. So that is how you can do all that basically. So now, in the examples that we have done, the extend directive indicates that the home.html and the about.html extend the base template, which is this one over here. Okay, this is the base template. This home with this directive over here is going to be extending this base template. So this home .html, you don't have to rewrite the whole of this. You don't have to. All you have to write are just the dynamic parts of the web page, and the same thing goes for the about. Okay, so now for you to send dynamic data into your HTML template, sending dynamic data into your HTML template. So if you come to the home page, for example, everything that we wrote here now is static. Everything we wrote here now, it is static. Okay, so you saw the way we did dynamic URLs the other time when we, where is it? If you come to views, so you see that I passed a URL into the I passed data through my URL, then I brought it in into the view using this variable over here. So what if I want to send in dynamic data to the HTML itself? I want to send dynamic data from the view. So I can just do something like context. I can create a context variable. Then I'll do something like user. I can just say the user is maybe Alex. And okay, so come here. I'm passing the context variable. All right. So context equal to context actually. So I think you can just say context. So save this. So you can see that for the context variable now, I have user Alexander. I'm passing the user into the context. So how can I access it inside the template? Don't forget the template that I'm rendering is home.html. All right. So if you come to home.html, how can I bring in my data into home.html? Very, very simple. All I have to do is this is the body of the home. Let me create another h1 over here. I can just say logged in as, what variable did you pass in? The variable is user. Okay, so this variable, just come here and paste it here. Save, come here and reload. So you can see now that I'm passing dynamic data from my view into the HTML file. This is basically how you can do it. Okay, you can do so much with this. You can do so much with this, passing data from your view into the HTML. Okay, so let me just pass one more data. I can do something like login as view. I can say total points. If your website has a point system or something, just say total points. Then can just say maybe 2700 or something. Come to the home.html, and just say with total points of, so what variable, total points, it should be points. Save this, come back here. Something is wrong somewhere. Total points of, it should be total points. Yes, you can see 2700. Okay, so this is me passing dynamic data into my templates from the view. So I've shown you two ways you can pass in dynamic data into your Django views now. So you can either use the URL like we did under this particular view, under this view, under the student detail. So you might decide to do this, or you might decide to pass it in through a context variable if you are rendering an actual HTML. All right. So that is it basically about sending dynamic data to your HTML. Another thing that you have to take note of is template filters. You have to take note of template filters as well. So Django filters are functions that can be applied to variables in templates to modify their output or presentation. So they are used to format, manipulate, or filter data directly within the templates. All right. So I can just do something like you can see that this Alexander is in the normal capital case or something. So I can just change it to uppercase. If I want to change that Alexander to uppercase, come to home.html, change it to uppercase. I can just do something like upper. Okay. If I write upper, you can see it is now Alexander, all in uppercase. If I want everything to be lowercase, then you reload. You can see it is now in lowercase. If I want to truncate it to maybe 5 characters only, I can just do something like truncate chars, maybe 5. So you can see now it is truncating the characters. So imagine that you have a blog and the text is becoming too long or something. You can just use this to control the number of the characters that you can have. So a lot of things that you can do with the filters, but I'll just stop it today. You can also have a default value. If for one reason or the other the variable is empty, if the variable is empty, you can just add a default value. For example, you can see what I did over here. If I should save this, you can see that it is not showing anything. If I reload it here, it will not be showing anything. So I can just come here and say default value. I can just do something like maybe not available. Save. You can see not available. Alright, this is not very cool. Well, since it's a number, let me just say the default is 00. So to make it look, you can see point of 00. So that is better. So you can see how you can filter the data that you want to output to your Django templates. Okay, so that is basically how you can do it. So with the little knowledge that we've gained so far, let us do something a bit practical with it. So we'll create a calculator that will have two input fields for numbers. Then you have a place where you can select the operator, you submit it to a particular URL, then you get the result and you display the result. All right. So let's quickly do that. Now, what do we do? Come here. Um, Come to template, and I don't want to use any of these ones, so I'm just going to be using two calculator and result. So let me say calculator.html, then I'll be having result.html. Okay, result.html, calculator.html and result.html. So these are the only two things I'm going to be having. H1. So this H1 now is going to be giving me the form. Well, let me say calculator. Okay. So in this calculator now, I'm going to be having a form. So this form is going to be submitting to results. Okay. So now one thing that you should note is that for HTML forms, I believe that you understand what I mean by method of post or get. Okay, method of post or get. So by default, we are going to be having a method of get here. So it will be a get method. So come here, we're going to be having an input. Let me say label. So this label is going to be for one. So this is going to be first number. Okay. So this first number inputs. So the input, I think number. So num is going to be num1. Then id is also going to be num1. Okay. So let me put the line break, another line break. So copy and paste. So this is going to be, no, let me do this. So instead of having input over here, let this one be select. So this select, the name is going to be operator. Okay, operator. Then the id, I can just use operator, but I'm not particular about what the id will be because I don't need it for now. So for this other one, we are going to be having the option. Okay, so for this option now, I'm just going to be having four options. So plus, I can just say plus, copy, plus, minus, times, divide. Okay, so this is going to be minus, times, then divide. Okay, so just to make it a bit more okay, let's say plus, then minus, times, divide. Okay, so divide. Okay, very good. So the last thing is just the submit button. So I can use button, but the type is going to be submit. So let me just say calculate. Okay, so I think my form is ready. So I think we are done with this one. So the form, the action, the result, method is get. So label for num1, first number, then input number. Okay, so this basically is the first number. Then we have the operator. Then you choose the second number. So okay, this should be second number. So this should be num2. Okay, so save this, and my calculator view is almost ready. So view, instead of about, let me just render. So control D, calculate. Okay, so let me just render calculate. So if I should save this, and I have to go to the URL mapping too. So come here, edit the URL pattern. So this is going to be dd, no, calculate, then about calculate. Okay, very good. So my calculate view is ready. So home calculate, um, templates do not exist. I'm supposed to have calculate dot. Okay, I used calculator, calculator, calculator. Save and come here, reload. Very good. My calculator is there. So you can see the first number, the operator, then the second number. Very good. Very good. So now, don't forget that we are going to be making a get request here. Let me bring your attention back to something that we looked at the other time. Class-based views in Django. Class-based views in Django. If you remember vividly, it was saying something about the method of post or get, if you remember very good. So you can see that from, let me increase my font size. So you can see that from, this is what we wrote normally. This is what we write normally. So if the request method is get, as per if it is a get method, then return just an http response result. Okay, so and this is how you convert it to a class based view. So for the get request, this is how you return it. For the post request, you are going to be using post instead of get. Okay, so now I want to handle that get request. When you submit this particular form, I can use when you submit this form, I can use the get, the request dot method get. I can use it to get all the values that the user is going to be giving me. How will I do that? Very simple. Come here and the first thing I want to do is to, I have result.html, right? Okay, this is result.html. Let me just say h1. The result is, then let me just put result here. Okay, let me just say results. So I'll just pass in result into this result.html. So I'm done with all these ones. Come here to the views. So instead of calculate, I'm going to be having results, right? Results. Okay. So results, results.html. So now I'm going to be having request dot get. All right. So if you come here, no, if you come to the calculator.html, you will see that this input field now, the name is what? Num1. So for me to get this input field, name of num1. So come here, so that will be num1. It's going to be the first number, okay, equal to. So the second number equal to request.get. So this will be num2, okay. So this one will be num2. Now for me to get the operator, all I have to do is just say, let me just say op equal to, so this will be operator. Let me check the calculator.html. You can see the name is what? Operator. So now I want to create a string. Let me just say the expression. The expression basically is going to be equal to a formatted string. Just say no, first number, then the operator itself, which is the operator. But before that, I have to create a dictionary. Op match. Okay, let me say op match. Match. So this op match is going to be a dictionary. Now the key. So basically, I want to take advantage of all these things here: plus, minus, times, and divide. So plus, the value is going to be what? Plus. then copy minus minus then times times then divide. Okay, very good. God, I hope the sound of the ice cream seller isn't getting into this thing. Sorry about that. So now for my expression, I'm going to be having the formatted string, the first number. Now I'm going to be having the operator. So basically, it's going to be op match indexing op. Don't forget that this op is going to be giving me plus, minus, times, or divide. And whatever it is giving me, I'll just pass it into the OP match. Okay. There are so many checks that you can do to ensure that this program doesn't throw up, doesn't get any errors. For example, if your the OP for one reason or the other, if the OP isn't matching with what you have here, then you throw up. But I'll leave all those ones out for now. So then I'll bring in my second number. I'm bringing my second number. Then after bringing in my second number, I think that will be all. So result will be equal to a var. So there's this eval function. Just pass the expression into a var. Then your context variable. This context variable is a dictionary. So just say results. So okay, so come here, then pass the context into it. So save this thing, and now we can try out our calculator. Come here and reload. The first number 34 plus, okay, plus maybe 81. Continue. It's telling me that the page is not found. So you can see the way it is submitting the get results, the get data. So okay, I know I didn't create the mapping for result. I guess I'm returning results, but I have not created a map for results. I've been making one mistake since, and the mistake is that for this about, it is supposed to be about, the name is supposed to be about, then calculate to be calculate. So sorry about that. Then this should be results. So control D, results. Alright. So come here, results. So if I should reload, no, the result is supposed to be results. What am I doing? So this should be results equal to results. So save this, then reload it. Exactly, you can see 115. So it is working fine now. Okay, so I can take this one out. Now let us go back to calculate. Okay, let's go back to calculate. So let's try another operator. Say 67 multiplied by maybe 21. Calculate. The result is what? 1407. So it is working just fine. It is working fine. That is basically our calculator. But I want to introduce you to another thing now. The thing is how you can generate URLs inside your Django template. So the ideal thing to do is that after calculating this result, there should be a link over here that will tell the user, okay, you can go back to the calculator. All right. So now this is where all these names come into play. This is where all these names, this is where it come into play. This is my results.html. I can take all these ones out. I don't need them for now. This is my results.html. So I can have a line break. Then I'll now say, I'll bring in this link. So this link now, I can say go back to calculator. Go back to calculator. Okay. So instead of this href that you're going to be having over here, so you're going to be doing something like this. So percent. So you just say URL, then you bring in the name of the URL, calculator. Save this and come back here. If I should reload this, no reverse, calculator is not found. URLs. Okay, it is calculate that I used. So come here, calculate, save, come here and reload. Very good. So it is telling me to go back to calculator now. If I should click on it, you see it takes me back to the calculator. You see I can perform whatever calculations, 78 divided by maybe 2, then I'll calculate, then it will give me the result, then go back to calculator. So you can see how you can generate URLs for your in your Django template. So basically that is how you can do that. So that it comes in very handy in some situations. You passing all this, you getting this, you being able to generate URLs for your application. Another thing you can do is that you can pass parameters into the URLs. You can pass parameters into the URLs. If you want to pass a parameter into the URL, just like what we did over here, if you take a good look at these URLs, you see that when we want to call students, okay, let's actually use this one. So student detail, let me say detail, just detail now. So I have a parameter pk that I want to pass into this student URL, okay, and the name is detail. How can I do that? If I come to my, let me still use this results. So just copy, then paste it. But I'm going to be having a line break and another line break. So save this. So this is detail. Now the parameter, don't forget the parameter is what? PK. The parameter is PK. PK. So PK equal to maybe 17. Okay. So if I should save this and I come back here, if I should reload, no, this is the calculate. Let me just say 81 minus, no, 81 minus 22, calculate. It is telling me to go to calculator for the two of them, and the reason is because view student detail, save. So if I should come here and I reload, you see it is still giving me that 59, but this is our whatever of interest. So you see that if I should hover over this one, if you look at the bottom corner over here, you will see the URL it is showing, the student slash 17. If I should open this in new tab, you see this is the detail page of the user with the ID of 17. If you remember the view for this one, this is the view over here. Where is the view? You can see this student detail is the view that is responsible for that one. And don't forget, this is the parameter that we are passing into it. Okay, so there are so many ways to make your application dynamic, so many ways, but I'll just leave that to it. The next thing we are going to be talking about is the get and the post methods. So in the calculator that we created over here, this calculator, we used the get method, okay, and the way it submitted the details is that if you look at the parameters of the URL over here, you can see it is telling you num1 equal to, go back to the default, it's telling you num1 equal to 81 and operator equal to minus and num2 equal to 22. Now this is not very secured, okay. If you want to submit sensitive data, This will not help at all. It will not help at all. So the best thing to do when you want to submit sensitive data is for you to use the post method. And the reason why you have to use the post method is that it will submit the details of the form without exposing the user's input like this from the at the address bar. Okay, so basically if I should go back to calculator now and I want to convert this my form to a post request, this my form now, if I want to convert it to a post request, all I have to do is to come here and instead of get, I'll make it post. Okay, so it will post the result to this result page. So come to views. Now this result by default, these are all get parameters. Okay, these are all get parameters. Now if I should run this thing like this, if I should run this thing like this, I will be getting errors because the form that I'm submitting is a post form, but I'm getting it using this get parameter over here. So since I'm sending post data, I have to use posts here. I have to use posts here. And one of the checks that we can do, if method, you can say if request.method is equal to post. Okay, if it is equal to post, then let me put all these ones underneath because it has to be a post request. It has to be a post request. So don't forget that the request method is going to be post. The first number is post num1, post num2. Before it used to be get, but now it has to be post. Okay, save this and I think we are good to go, but we are going to be encountering some errors and I intentionally want to leave it like that, so we actually encounter those errors, so we fix everything one after the other. So if I should reload this now, come here and I'm saying 67, the operator of maybe minus, then maybe 41, calculate. You see, it's giving me forbidden CSRF verification field. So CSRF stands for cross site reference forgery. You can come to Google and look for it. Request forgery rather. CSRF attack. So you can see CSRF, cross site request forgery. So Django has this in-app system it built to combat this particular type of attack on your website. So how do you now bring it into your application so you don't see this error? Now the reason why you are getting this error is because there is a particular field in your form that you are supposed to add, and that is the CSRF. Every post form that you have in Django must have the CSRF. So just CSRF, then you say underscore token, and that is it. Now if you look at your form, let me go back. If I should reload this, let me reload this. If you do Ctrl Shift I, so this is the developer console. So come to elements. If you come to form, this is our form. You can see the input, the type is hidden, the name is CSRF middleware token, then the value is this, then the regular form that you had initially. So this is basically what is missing in the form. Now if you post the data, it is going to give you the desired result. For example, 56 minus 21, calculate. You see, it is giving you the desired result. It is a post form. You are posting the data, so obviously you need to add your CSRF token. And if you come to your views where you are going to be getting the data, you must ensure that the you are getting it as request.post, not request.get. Request.get will not return what you need over here. Okay, so now for this particular result, let me use it to explain how you work with class-based views. Okay, let us just briefly use this to demonstrate the class-based views. Okay, So for us to demonstrate the class-based views, don't forget, just come to class-based views in Django, then just scroll down, and from Django.views, import view. So from Django.view, import view. So depending on the type of request, the post or the get. So come here, then let me just put it on top. So for then you're going to be having the view logic as well. So in this case, let me say results. Okay. So for this result now, result. So if you come here, basically this is going to be the under the post method, under the post method. Okay. So copy. So this is going to be under the post method. So def, then post. Okay. So your post, you're going to be passing in self, since it's a class, then you're going to be passing in the user's request, then you just dump everything here. So you can see under the post of results what we have. Under the post of results, you see what we have. So but under the get, what I want to return is just a regular HTTP response. Okay. So that is if we are making a get request, just return an irregular HTTP response. So this is going to be this is, you are seeing this because it is not a post request. You are seeing this because it is not a post request. Okay. So now you see what the get request is going to be giving us and what the post request is going to be giving us. Basically, this is how you write class-based views. Basically, this is how you write class-based views. So you have the get part and the post part. So how do you now bring it into your URLs? So basically, instead of having this result over here, what I want to have, instead of having this result, what I want to bring in is this particular result. So if you come here, you are going to be bringing in my view, then you're going to be adding it as underscore view. So come here, results. So capital results. So this capital result now, we are going to be bringing it in dot as underscore view, and that is it. Save this and come back here to this place. So you can see that result. If I should run this, you can see this is a regular get request, like a regular get request. You are seeing this because it is not a post request. If you come here and you come to the view, you see you are seeing this because it is not a post request. All right, but if it were a post request, this is what is going to be executed. Okay, this is what's going to be executed. So go back to calculator, calculate. So we make a post request from here and dump it on that particular page. So let me say 54 plus maybe 71. Calculate. You see, for the post request, it is giving me something different. For the get request, it's giving me something different. So this comes in very handy when, especially when you are writing APIs with Python. You have the different methods, so you just configure the view depending on the method that you are writing. But basically, that is how you write class-based views. But I just want to go directly with the function-based views, and well, that will be all for the get and the post request in Django. Now we are going to be talking about static files in Django. We are going to be talking about static files in Django. So static files are basically those images, your CSS, your JavaScript, and files that are any external file that is used in your template file. Basically any external file that is used in your template file, and you are not rendering it from another website, you are rendering it from this particular website. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is that in this template folder, you create a folder, in this my project folder where you have the template, you create a folder there called static, static, just static. Okay, then you now go to settings.py. The settings.py, don't forget your settings.py. On top you are going to be importing os. So import os stands for operating system. So os is used to perform any operating systems operations in your in your Python script, whatever. So scroll down, and now I have to create a new variable. The name of the variable is going to be static files underscore dirs. Static files underscore dirs. Please, you need to be very careful and make sure that this variable name is correct. So equal to, you come and create a set with only one value. So you're going to be having os dot path dot join. And what are you joining together? You're joining base dir. Don't forget, the base dir is coming from here. The base dir is coming from here. So you scroll down, you base dir, then comma static. Don't forget, the static has to be in alignment with your yeah, it has to correlate with this static over here, with this static folder. Actually, I created a file instead of a folder. It should be static. So let me delete this one. I don't need it. What's the trash? Okay, so this static folder, where is it? Hope I didn't create it in the wrong place. My projects, templates. Let me create it again. Static. Okay, yes, you see the static folder. So now after doing os.path.join the base directory, comma, then static, the next thing you want to do is to put a comma here. Very, very important. You put the comma there. So now what we did with this line of code over here is that we are telling Django, if you encounter any static file and the static file is coming from this particular server, come to this static folder over here. Come to this static folder over here. That is where all the static files will be. So now, how do you include the static files inside your HTML document? So if you come to home.html, let me use this home.html. Now, this home.html now, you can see that it is extending base.html, and about.html is also extending base.html. So the wise thing for us to do is to go to base.html. At the top, the first thing you want to do is to include a directive that will tell this template to load static files. How do you do that? Very simple. You bring these two in, no, bring this directive in, then you load static. So with this singular directive, you are telling this particular HTML document that you can load static. So now let us try to include a style sheet. So the style sheet, it will be just one regular CSS. So don't forget link, then CSS. So in this static, let me create one CSS file. So just CSS. Let me say main.css. I'm having rename main.css. So in this main.css now, let me just say body equal to the styling for the body. Let me say background color equal to e e e e e e e e e e e e. Okay. So then let me do something like margin 0, padding 0, box sizing border box. Okay. So margin 0, padding 0, box sizing border box. So this is the CSS basically. So if the CSS, if the static files is working, if you come to home, it should reflect over here. It should reflect. So, and let me use a styling for all the H1s. Color of maybe red. So all the H1s is going to be having a color of red. So come here and load static. So you can just do something like static slash main dot css. Save this, then come here, reload it. You can see it is now working, but this is not the proper way to do it. This is not the proper way to do it. It works, but because it is working doesn't mean it's the proper way to do it. The proper way for you to do it is to use the static directive. Now, how do you bring in the static directive? Let me cut this one first. So you bring in the static directive. So you do something like this, static. Then you now do something like but static main.css. So as soon as you say static, it will automatically come down to this static folder. Then you bring in the file, whatever file that you want to bring in. Save this, then you can see it is still working fine. It is still working fine. So that is it basically. That is it. Let me download an image online and bring the image into this place. Okay, so I copied a particular picture to the static folder. So if you come to VS Code and you open my static folder, you see this jd.jpg. So for me to bring in this particular image into my website, all I have to do now, since the base.html have is loading static, and you have already enqueued this style sheet in the base.html, so obviously every other template that is inheriting from this base.html, you don't have to do it manually for them since they are inheriting from this one already. All right. So what we will do now is that in the home.html, I can come here, maybe under the body, bring in an image tag. Okay. So for this image tag now, the source, don't forget, I can decide to do something like static slash, but that's not the proper way to do it. In Django, you use the URL direct, the static directive, static, then you bring in the image. The image is going to be, don't forget, it is jd.jpg, jd.jpg, okay? So then the alternative text, you can just say an image, okay? So let me just control the width with maybe 400. Then let me just include the line break. Okay, actually, so for this particular one over here, all the HTML files that you have, you can see that in the base file we loaded static. You will use the load static directive to bring in this CSS over here. So that you have it in the base file doesn't mean that every other file you will neglect it. So for this other one, you also have to load static. All right. So come here, then bring in your load static. Okay. You- It is this load static that will make this particular HTML file respond to this. Okay. So save this, and if I should reload, you can see the image is here. The image is here. Okay. The image is here. So that is it basically. That is it basically. Okay. So that is how you bring in static files. You can also bring in JavaScript files if you want to. You can bring in JavaScript files if you want to. So inside the static, you can have something like main.js. Main.js. You can just say console.log ready to go. Save this, and in the base.html, you can have just after before the body tag, you can do something like scripts. So the source is going to be, don't forget, it's going to be static. Then you're going to be having main.js. Save this and come here, reload. So Control Shift I, if you come to console, you see ready to go. It should be ready to go. What did I type? Okay, it should be ready to go. Ready to go. So come here and reload it. So you see, ready to go. That means that the JavaScript file is working fine. So that is how you can bring in static files into your project. Okay. So that will be all about static files for now. Now we are going to be talking about Django models. Django models. So models are used to configure your databases basically. Your database tables and the fields. That is what you use models for. So how do you create a model? Very, very simple. All you have to do, the model that are particular to this app, to each app, should be created in the models.py file of that particular app. For example, this is my app over here. I want to create a models.py, a model. So just come to the models.py. So you create your model over here by the first thing you want to do, you import django.db from django.db import models, which is done by default anyway. So let's say I want to create a student model. I can do something like class, then students, then models dot maybe model. Okay, so I can create some few fields, say first name. So I can say I like to use snake case. First name equal to models dot, let me say, character field. And this character field, I'm going to be restricting it max length. I'm going to be restricting it to say 50 characters. Okay. So basically, this is one database field. So by default, you have ID comes by default. Okay. The ID comes by default. So this one should be last name. Last name. So the next thing that we're going to be having is maybe age for integer field. Okay, age equal to models dots. You see all the fields that are available. You see big integer field, big auto field. We have the binary field. If you want to accept a, say they want to accept true or false for a particular field, you use the binary field. So we have the big integer field, the binary field, we have the boolean field. So I think the binary field is 0 or 1. The boolean field is the true or false. Yes, the boolean field is true or false. So we have the date field, date time field, decimal field, a lot of fields that you can use in your models. So these are basically going to be the database column. Yes, these are going to be the database columns. Okay. So the age is going to be an integer field. Integer field. So for this integer field now, you are going to be having um, integer field. Okay, I don't have any restriction. Let me just move on to the biography. Okay, biography. So, so for this biography, I'm going to be having a text field. Now, if you take a good look at this one now, I have char field, character field, but this one is text field. For this one over here, what I want to have is just a one line input in the in your HTML markup. If you remember the form tag, inside the form tag, part of the fields that you can have a text area and you can have a an input field with the type of text. Okay, an input field with the type of text where you can just enter one line statement. If you remember our calculator, if you remember our calculate, now you can see this is just a regular one line character field, but the text area is way different. It's different. So okay, so models.text field. Then let me just say mother's maiden name. Let me use this one as well. Or I can leave this. I can just leave it like this. Or let me add it since mother's maiden name. Mother's maiden name. Save. So Now, one other thing that you want to do after creating your model is to create a string representation for your model. Okay, is to create a string representation for your model. If you remember your Python classes, the str method of the class, def underscore underscore str underscore underscore. So if you remember, it is going to be returning a string normally, but let me return a formatted string, and in this formatted string, I'm going to be having something like, well, don't let us make this very complicated. So just self.name. Okay, so self dot first name rather, self dot first name, then self dot last name, self dot first name and self dot last name. That is all we are going to be having. So now you can see that I have this student class now. So the next thing I want to do for this student class, for it to be visible, is for me to commit it to my database. Okay, for me to commit it to my database, the first thing you want to do, you want to come to your terminal. Okay, you can see my terminal. So you can see that it is saying here that you have 18 unapplied migrations. Everything that we have been doing since, we have not done anything that is close to the database since. So this is the first time that we want to do something that is database oriented. So the first thing I want to do, don't forget that this particular model, it is inside the models.py file. Okay, so and this app is connected to the is connected to my project from settings. Then if you come to my app, don't forget, so I can just run a command for my project and it will create a database field from my project. It will create a database table rather for students in my app. How do you do that? Two steps. The step one, don't forget, we are inside the tutorial env environment. Python manage.py, then you make migrations. Now you can see it is creating a model student. Now this student is not in the database. The student is not in the database yet. It is not in the database. So how do you commit it to the database now? Python manage.py, then you do what? Migrate. So all the default database tables that were created, it will commit everything to the database now. But for you to view them, you can decide to view them in the terminal. But I think that can be complicated a bit. Not even complicated, but I just think it is more beginner friendly for you to use the admin interface, which is this thing that we have over here. So just slash admin. If you do slash admin, let me run my server. So if I should reload, you can see this admin interface now. It is just better you manage everything from here. So how do you log into admin? How do you log into admin? The first thing you have to do is that you have to create a super user. You have to create a super user. How do you create a super user? Come here and okay. So for you to create a super user, Python manage.py, then you create super user. It will tell you to enter a username, but the name of my desktop, it is suggesting it for me as a default. So I can just say admin, then enter an email address, maybe admin@gmail.com. So the password, can just enter the password. So it is telling me that my password is too common. I don't mind using it. It is my password. It is not your password. Okay. So now that I've created a super user, let me go back to run my server. So my server is running now. If I should reload this, so I can just have something like admin, then password. If I should log in, you can see site administration go away. So you can see the site administration now. It is giving me for the users and the groups. So users are basically if you are building an application that has a user registration and all those user management. We are going to be talking a bit about user management as well. So this is where you see all the users available. Now you can see the one I just created, admin, and this has a staff status. It has the first name, last name, then staff status. So, but if you don't create a user as a staff, it will not have this staff status. So I think it is only the staffs that can log into this particular dashboard. And depending on the abilities that you give to each staff, you can see the user permission. It varies. So content type, my apps, sessions, and all those things. So, but we'll talk about those ones more under user management. So now that I have groups, I have users, but I cannot find student anywhere here. I cannot find students anywhere here. So how do I work around that? So I have groups, I have users, but I cannot find student anywhere here. How can I work around that? Okay. So if you come here, come to models.py, you see that we registered these models over here, but we have not registered it for admin manipulation. If you come to admin.py, so admin.py for my app itself, you come here and do something like you are importing admin already. So admin.site.register. And what are you registering? From models import students. So you are registering students. Save, come back here and load it. You see, I'm getting students here now, so I can manage my students from here. So you see that by default I'm having 0 students. So if I should come to add a student, what would the first name be? I can just say Christian, last name, maybe Valerie. The age, don't forget the age is an integer field. That is why I'm getting this thing over here. Let me say then lipsum.com. Lipsum.com. I don't know why this keeps failing me every time I need it. So let me say index.html lorem 50. So let me just copy this beginning part. I don't know what is wrong with these people. Okay, let me use this instead. Come here and this will be the biography. Okay, so mother's maiden name, I can do something like Oluwachi. Okay, so let me save and add another one. So the first name I can say Samuel, then the last name I can say Daniel, then the age 26, biography, let me copy another paragraph. Copy another paragraph, then paste it here. Mother's maiden name, I can say Chinyere. Okay, so let me just save and add another one. Then I can just say Michael Sadiq. So let me say 29. Biography of let me use this. Come here, Aisha. So save and add another. Let me just have four. Let me have four. So first name again. Let me say Abigail. I hope I spelled that right. Then let me say I've run out of names right now. So what names can I use? David. So the age, let me say 42. The biography, let me use the ending part. Let me just use this one. Save and add another one. Okay. Let me make do with those. So I'm getting Abigail David, Michael Sadiq, Samuel Daniel, and Christian Valerie. Okay. So let's use this. Now the reason why I'm getting these names directly here is because of this. If you come to models.py, this thing I did over here, if I should come here to add an hyphen and I save this, if I should come back here and I reload, you see I'm getting the hyphen. So that is where it is coming from. So now that I have four different students, I can proceed to retrieve or modify the data as needed. All right. So now I will go to my views. I will go to my now that I've created the models. I will go to my views to work with them. Don't save. So come to views.py exactly. So let me just close all these ones. So I can do something like after importing render, let me import get object or 404. So basically, if I'm trying to retrieve the object, if the object does not exist, it will give me a 404. So then I can also have something like redirect. So I'll be showing you how to use the redirect here. So the first thing I want to do, I can do something like def get maybe student lists. Okay. So for this student list now, don't forget I'm going to be accepting the request from the user. Then after accepting the request, I'm going to be doing something like student equal to from dot models import student. So this student object that I'm bringing in from my models now, don't forget I used this same model to create some fields, some rows. This is a row in my database, this is another row in my database. So moving on now, I can do something like students dot objects dot all. So it will retrieve all the students that I have, all of them. It will retrieve all of them. Okay. So that is what student.object.all does. So now let me render one HTML file. The HTML file is going to display all the students that we have. All right. So don't forget your context. Your context equal to a dictionary student students. Okay. So don't forget that this student is coming from this one. All right. So now return render. What do I want to render? Let me render. I will render request first. Okay. Then I also render the HTML file. I can do something like list.html. I have not created it. .html. Then I'll bring in my context. So now that this is the view for the student list. Okay. So well, let's create all the views. Let's create all the views. Then we go to create all the HTML files. So for the student list, this is what we have. So basically, if you hear something like CRUD, create, read, update, and delete, the read part is this. The read part is this. Okay. So if you want to get for a particular student, you can just do something like dot pk, where pk will be the primary key, which is the ID of the student. Okay, but this one is for student list. So now for student detail, okay, for student detail, it is almost similar to the student list. For student detail, so this will be detail. Okay, so you just say request comma pk. Then now the student whose detail you want to get is this primary key that we have over here, is this pk that we have over here. So you can say get object or 404, get object or 404. get object of 404. Now the class which is student, comma, the ID which is the primary key. So you can do something like pk equal to pk. So get object or 404. So the student, now I can just do something like student is student, then instead of list I will say detail .html. So we have two HTML files to create. We have the list.html, we have the detail.html. This list.html is going to display all the students. Don't forget all the students in our model. Then the detail.html will display one particular student, one particular student. All right. So now we also have create. If you want to create a new student, okay, using the model that we just created, so you can do something like this. You can do something like the student create. Okay, so this student create, now you are going to be accepting requests from the user. So student create, now you are going to be having two particular methods here. You are going to be having one for post and one for get. Okay, you are going to be having one for post and one for get. So this is where I might be tempted to use a class based view. So I can just write get and post, then I'll just write the view logic there. But well, let's just write it manually since we've started it already. So if request dot method is equal to post, okay, if it is equal to post, then obviously we are trying to create, this should be method. So obviously we are trying to create a new user, all right, a new student rather. We are trying to create a new student. So first name equal to, do something like request dot method dot, maybe it should be request dot post rather, sorry, request dot post. So you can just use the dictionary to access it. And what are we posting? You can say first name. This will be coming from the HTML file. All these fields are going to be coming from the HTML file. We'll just check what we used here, then we use it in the HTML file. So this is for the first name. So this is going to be last name. Then we're going to be having mother's maiden name. Mother's maiden name. Okay, so now I have first name, I have last name, I have mother's maiden name. The last one I want is biography. So biography. Okay, so I have my first name, last name, mother's maiden name, and biography, which are all the fields that I will be required in the one, two, three, four, five. I think it is remaining one, which is the age. 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 Okay. So everything is complete now. So for me to create, very simple. What I have to do, student dot objects. All right. Dot create. Student dot objects dot create, and just open it like this. Now you start adding everything. First name equal to what? First name. Now this particular first name over here is coming from the model, from this first name over here, while the second first name is coming from this one. So basically whatever the user is giving me in the first name field is what is going to be here. Now, there are so many other things you can do to ensure that the data the user is passing on to you is correct data. You can sanitize, you can do whatever you want to do, but I will leave all those ones out for now. So first name, then last name equal to last name, then the next thing that we're going to be having is age equal to age. Then I'm going to be having biography equal to biography. Then after that, mother's maiden name equal to mother's maiden name. So this line of code over here, this block of code over here is going to create it. All right. Now after creating it, I want to return redirect instead of returning render. I want to return redirect. Okay. Return redirect. And where am I redirecting you to? I'm redirecting you to the URL with the name of student list. We will create everything, don't worry. So this student list basically, after creating the student, it will take you to this particular view over here so that the student that you just created, you'll be able to see the student in this view. All right. So that is for the post method for the student dot create. But if it is a get method, no, I'm making a mistake. Okay, so this should be somewhere here. But if it is a get method, just return render, just requests, then create.html. So we have three HTML files to create now. We are going to be needing list.html. We are going to be creating detail.html. We are going to be creating create.html. So you see all these files, so we soon create them. Just let us write all the views first, then we go ahead to create all the files one after the other. So so basically, what is going to be happening over here is that if the request that the user is making is a post request, it will do all these other things, create the new student, then it will redirect to student list. But if for one reason or the other this is not true, it will just come here and render the create.html template. Okay, so now the student update field. So you can do something like the update student update. So for this student update now, you have requests that you are going to be collecting from the user, and also the primary key. The student the ID of the student whose data you want to update. So the same thing that we did over here is what we are going to be doing. We have to get the student first. We have to get the student first. Okay. So after getting the student, the next thing we want to do is to check if it is a post method or a get method. Okay. If it is a post method or a get method. Don't forget that this student over here is going to be an object. Don't forget. So if request equals to method dot post, I'm going to be needing this, so I don't have to rewrite. So if the request equal to method dot post, basically I want to say student dot first name. Halt. I'm trying to save typing time. So basically, initially when you wanted to create, you were creating it in just regular variables. Then you brought the variables into this place. But in this case, you are going to say student underscore update, then request comma pk. You now say student equals to get object or 404. You pass in the student, you pass in the key. Now, if request dot method is equal to post, if request dot method equal to post, then you will now say this student dot first name should be whatever the user is giving you as their first name. Student or last name will be whatsoever the user is giving you as their last name, then the student dot mother's maiden name. Okay, so after doing all these ones, now the next thing you want to do is to say student dot save. So this is what actually updates the student. Then after updating the student, the next thing I want to do is return redirect. Okay, and the redirect I want to return now is stu, student detail. Okay, and I want to pass in a parameter of pk equal to pk. Just follow me. We are going to be creating all this html. We are going to be creating everything. But if for one reason or the other it is not a post request, just come here and render detail.html. Okay, so just return render. And what do we want to render? The first thing is requests, then update.html. Update.html. So don't forget that, let me just put in the context here. Student. All right, so that is it. So that will be all for the update method. Now the last one that we are going to be writing is the delete method. Okay, the last one that we are going to be writing is the delete method. The delete method is the simplest of all the methods to write. So I'm going to be needing these first two lines. So for the delete method, okay, very good. So this is going to be student delete. Now you might decide to use a post, or actually let's do it in a post method. So if requests dot method equal to post. Okay, if request dot method equal to post, then all I want to do is just student dot delete. Okay, student dot delete, and that is it. So just return the user back to redirect. And where am I redirecting to? I'm redirecting to student list. Okay, student list. Let me return render this one delete.html. So if for one reason or the other this particular method is false, I can just say return render request delete.html. Delete.html. So now we are done with all the views. Don't forget, there's this thing in programming that we refer to as CRUD. CRUD. So C stands for create, then R stands for read, then U stands for update, D stands for delete. All right, so create is when you want to create a new instance of an object. Read is when you want to, the instances that you have on ground, you want to read them, you want to read the data. Now you might read it in such a way that you are reading all the data, or you are reading a particular data, or you are filtering the data, whichever way you want to do it. Update is those data that you have on ground, the instances you have on ground. You might want to make modifications to them. That is where the update comes into play. Then the delete is when you want to delete, take it out of the system. Okay, so that is basically what we've done. This is read over here, this is another read, this is create, this is update, and what, this is delete. Okay, so come to settings. No, it's not settings. We want to go to URLs so we can create path for all the students. All right. So I can do something like student create, student update, student list, and student delete. So let's start creating all the URL patterns. So student links. Okay. Okay. So I can do something like path. No. So for this path now, I'm going to be having students. Okay. So for this student now, student. Um, so this will be student list. This will be student list. Then now the name is going to be equal to student list. Now, if you remember what we did somewhere in the views, you can see return redirect to student list. Okay, so after creating a new student, you redirect to the student list to view the updated list of students. All right, so after the student list, the next link that we want to create is the student detail. Okay, and we are going to be having a URL parameter. So we are going to be having students slash the URL parameter int then pk. Okay, so this will be student detail. So this is also going to be student detail. Now another one that we're going to be having, we're going to be having the student create. So copy create. So for this create now, what are we going to be having for the detail? Control D, just create. Okay. So another one that we're going to be having is the update. Okay, is the update. Let me use this one. Copy to slash update. So instead of detail, we're going to be having update. All right. So after this other one, the next thing that we want to do is delete. So we're going to be having 5 different paths. Delete. So Control D, delete. Wow. So we have all the links for the student. Now let's go and work on the HTML templates. Let's go and work on the HTML templates. So come here and for the templates now, the first template that we want to create is the list.html. The list.html. So for this list.html, I can just say h1 student list. Okay, h1 student list. So I can do something like this. I can create an unordered list, and inside this my unordered list, I'll do something like this. I'll bring in a for loop I can use to display all the items that I have. I can iterate over any array that I have. Don't forget that in this student list, if you come to views, if you come to student list, don't forget that I'm getting all the students I have in the database. I'm passing it into my context dictionary, then I'm passing it into list.html. So I have an array of objects, of student objects. Okay. So that array now, I want to loop through them. I want to iterate over them. So I'm going to be using a for loop. So this is how you write the for loop. So you can say for students in students. Student is what I'm passing into the views from here. This student over here. Okay. So in student, don't forget to end your for. Very important. and 4. All right. So now this UL, now I can now come here and add a list item. So for each and every student that I have, I'm going to be having a list item. So for the list item now, I'm going to be having an anchor link. So this anchor link now, I'm going to be using to display the student detail. To display, so if you click on one student, it will show you the detail of the student, just like what is happening inside the Django admin over here. If I should reload this, you see that I have all the students. If I should click on one student like this, it will show me the detail of the student, although this is the update view in the admin dashboard, but this is not the admin dashboard we are working on. So come here and don't forget the URL directive. So URL, and the URL that I want to direct to is student detail. And don't forget that the student detail, if you come to URLs, the student detail, this is student detail over here. The student detail is mapped to the student details function. So if you come to views.py, you can see the student detail. Basically, it will get that particular student, then it will show the person's detail. Okay, so the student detail, but we have to pass a primary key, which is going to be the student.pk. Okay, the student.pk. But inside the link, we are going to be having the name of the student. Okay, we are going to be having the name of the student. So we can do something like let's see. So let me say student dot first name. Then let me also use student dot last name. Student dot last name. Okay. So student dot first name, student dot last name. Um, so I've closed my anchor tag, and this is my list item over here. So apart from that, another thing that I want to do, I want to leave a link that somebody can click on, then you will see create a new student. Okay, so let me just put a line break, then the anchor link, and in this my link, I can have something like this URL. Let me just copy this. So I think it should be student underscore create. Yes. So this is going to be student create. Then close this other one. So create new student. Okay. So if I should save this, let us see what this view will look like. So if you go to URLs, that will be just students. Just students. That will be just students. Okay. Come here. So you see all the students that I have. You see all the students that I have now. All the students that I have. I have Christian Valerie, Samuel Daniel, this. Then you see create a new student. So you see all the students that I have. Now let us go and create. Let me zoom in. So you see all the students. Now let me go and create a new view. Let me create. Let me work on the detail view rather. Let me work on the detail view where you can view all the details about the students. Okay. Come to templates, detail.html. Detail.html. So for this detail.html now, I can have something like h1, or let me say, let me use this student dot name details. Okay, so that will be h1. Then I can have I can say paragraph, then full name So for the full name, I will have the actually this is supposed to be first name. So copy first name, then last name. So this is going to be first, while this is going to be last. It's going to be last. So after that other one, then the age paragraph, then the age. So student dot age. Okay. Then after student dot age, the next thing that we want to show is the mother's maiden name. So that will be student dot mother's maiden name. Mother's maiden name. Then after the mother's maiden name, um, I think I can just leave the biography out, but let's just add it. P biography. So for this biography, I can just student dot biography. Okay, student dot biography. So after doing this, I'm going to be leaving two links, one for edit, one for delete. So I can do something like br, then the link. So this link will be to edit. So this will be URL, then students edit or update rather. Student update and pk, which is the parameter I must pass into it. Pk equals to student dot pk. Then the next link is going to be delete, update or edit. Let me add another line break. So this one is going to be student delete. Student delete, then this is going to be delete. Okay, so student update and student delete. Now let me save this and let me go to this particular view so you see what the view looks like. So if I should reload this and I click on this, I think I have a view that is tampering with it. Okay, students. This is student detail. Okay, I think I have conflicting views, which is student detail actually. So let me comment the whole of this one out and let me take that view out, this last one, save. So go back, then reload, and exactly this is what I want. Don't forget that I'm zoomed in. This is the normal view, but because of the tutorial I just want to zoom in. So you see what I have over here. This is Christian's details. Let me come here and make it detail. So reload. No. Christian's details. So this is it. This is it. So you see Christian's details. Then we have full name. We have Christian. We have Valerie. The age is what? 10. The mother's maiden name is what? Boluwatife. So the biography is what the rubbish, the jargon we copied from here. So then we have the edit and the delete links. So now, before we go to the edit and the delete link, let us work on the create form, the create form. So come here and do create.html. create.html. So for the create.html, let me have an h1 create a new student. So how do you move on from here now? Don't forget we are going to be using a post form, and it's a post form, and the form is posting to, let me just leave it like this, so it will post to the current page. Don't forget your CSRF token. Don't forget your CSRF token. CSRF token, and now after doing this, the next thing you want to do, I created a form the other time which is for calculator. Let me see if I'll be okay. I think this is the only thing I'll be needing here. This is the only thing I'll be needing here. So go back. So now this one is for the first name. Don't forget the first name. So first name. If you come to the views.py for the create, for the student create, don't forget that the post field is first name. So under create here, the type will be text, then the name will be first name. Don't forget, please. I also like to use the ID template just for uniformity. So first, second, but this should be capital letter, second name. So the next one, first name and second name, then the last one is going to be age, and the type is going to be number. So copy this one, the age, but the type is going to be number. So age, type will be number, this will be age. Then the next one is going to be the mother's maiden name. I think this will work for mother's maiden name. MN, but for sanity purposes, mother's maiden name, so that it has to correspond with views.py. It has to correspond with this. It has to. So mother's maiden name. Then the last one that we are going to be having is the biography. Is the biography. So the biography is going to be a text area. So if you look at the models.py, first name, last name, age, all of them are majorly character fields, integer fields. So we can use the input type of text, input type of number to collect those. But the other one is a full blown character field. So it is better you use a text area. So for this text area now, instead of, I think this should be biography. So biography. So let me even add a line break here. So it goes to the next line. Then instead of using this, I'll be using text area. Now the name of this text area is going to be biography. So when it submits the post data, it will be submitting biography. So the ID biography as well. So let me just leave this as the default. So create new student. Okay, so that will be create new student, and I think that will be all for the create.html. So you see the way we created the form with which you can create a new student. So if you come to the URLs, just students slash create. So students slash create. So you can see the form with which you can create a new student. So let's try to create a new student. So I can have, let me see, Owen. Then let me say owen age 62. It shouldn't be second name. It should be one of them. Should be mother's maiden name. I've made a mistake somewhere. Lists create.html. I think I added this twice. So owen owen maybe 27. Then second name. It shouldn't be second name. It should be age. Mother's maiden name. It should be mother's maiden name, not second name. Mother's maiden name. Then reload it again. Exactly. It should be like this. Owen. Then owen. Then the age is going to be maybe 16 or 15. Then the mother's maiden name. What would the mother's maiden name be? Let me see. Liberty. Then for the biography, let me copy some jargon from here. So just put in all this. Come here and paste. Then create a new student. So it is telling me multi-value dictionary key, which is last name. There must be a mistake somewhere. Name is first name. Name is second name. Um, Actually, this is supposed to be last name, not second name. Last name. Now, the reason why it is giving us that error, first name, I'm having last name now. Age, name is age, mother's maiden name, this. First name, last name, age, mother's maiden name, biography. That is all that is needed. So, no problem. Let us just. So, Owen, then Owen, 52. Mother's maiden name is maybe, what did I use? Liberty. Then the jargon I copied, create a new student. Now you can see that I have Owen here, which is the last one. You can see that I have Owen here. So if I should click on Owen, you see all those things that I filled just now. You see all those things that I filled just now, and you can see the jargon. You can see the jargon. So that is how you work on the create view. So for the update view, what you have to do for the update view is very simple. In fact, we've done 80% of everything we have to do. This particular form, I can just copy it, then create another HTML. This will be updates dot html. Now for this update.html, if you remember the URLs, the views, so you can see the create. So the create created a new student. So this is the update over here. So for the get method, it will render that update.html. But if it is a post method, then you see it will try to extract all the data and assign it to the student object, then save it when it is done. Okay, then save it when it is done. So now the next thing to do is to, after pasting this here, now don't forget that in your views.py you are passing student update, you are passing student into the update.html. So now for this input, now you are going to be having value, and the value is going to be equal to student dot first name. Okay, so copy, let me just use So for this other one, this will be student dot last name. Then for this other one, this will be student dot age. Then for this other one, this will be student dot mother's maiden name. Then for this other one now, you know that for text area, you are going to be having just within the text over here. So this will be biography. So update students. I can even say update, yeah, update students. Yes, update students. So basically, that is how you are going to do everything for update.html. So, and what is the URL for update.html? If you come to urls.py, you see you have the ID slash update. So for Owen, for example, ID of 5 slash update. So you can see that all Owen's details are here. If I should use maybe 3, you can see the person with, okay, it shouldn't be create new student. It should be update student or modify student. Save. Okay, so Michael, if I should use 2 instead, you see, it's giving me Samuel Daniel and all the person's details. I have it here, so I can modify it here. For example, this Samuel Daniel, I can change this other person's name to maybe Richards. To maybe Richards. So update the student. So now I have Samuel Richards. Immediately I clicked on update, he redirected me to the place where I have the details about Samuels. If you come here to views, if you come to student.update, after updating the student, it is redirecting to student detail and it is passing the primary key of that particular student, so we can easily identify that student. You can see Samuel Richards. Let me go and update the age of another student. Okay, no, it is because of this one. Okay. So let me update the age of another student. So Abigail, for example, let me update the age to maybe 32. So edit and change this to 32. Update. You see, the age is now 32. So for the delete.html, which is for deleting an existing uh, entry. So don't forget, this is what the delete.html, this is what the delete function does. So templates delete.html. So for the delete.html, let me have an h1 delete. Let me say delete student. Then let me have a paragraph that asks a question. Paragraph. You sure you want to delete? Then let me say student dot first name, comma, student dot last name. Okay, last name. So put your question mark, and the next thing you want to do is to create a form with a post method. Okay, create a form with a post method. The action is going to be empty. The action is going to be empty. Don't forget you add your CSRF directive, CSRF token. Okay, after adding this one, now the next thing is just input type of submit. So the value is going to be delete. So after deleting, um Okay, let me just add a link down here. BR. Let me add a link down here. So a so let me just say URL. So if you want to delete this particular entry and you don't have any intentions of deleting it anymore, all you can do URL, then go to student, maybe student detail, um, lists. Yes, this is basically what I want to do. So go to student detail, then you can just say cancel. So save it, and that is all about the delete. So when you submit a post request, it signals that you actually want to delete the entry. So come here, reload first, then you click on delete. So you see delete the student. Are you sure you want to delete Abigail David? If I click on cancel, it goes back to Abigail. But if I come back to delete and I actually want to delete, if I should click on delete, okay, if I should click on delete, I'm going to be having, I will run into issues over here. The reason is because this student with this ID does not exist anymore. So it's better I just go to student list. So I don't need this one anymore. I don't need this one anymore. So please take correction. So reload. If I should click on delete, it goes back to the student list. Let me delete Christian. So delete, delete. You see, it goes back to student list. So if you want to create a new student, you come here, you create your student, and if you want to update or delete. So you can see the way we used the Django models. Um, you can see the way we used, let me close all these other ones. So just from this model that we created over here, just from this model alone, we created fields in the database. Okay, so we did make migrations, then migrate to commit it to the database. Then after committing it to the database, we used this same model in the views.py to create a CRUD, a basic CRUD application over here. So we have the student list where you display all the students. We have the student detail where you can display the detail of one student. So we have the student create where you can create a new student. Okay, we have the update where you can modify the entries, the record of a student. Then we also have delete where you can delete a student totally. The next thing I want us to talk about, Django Forms. Okay, so if you want to use Django Forms to handle the create and the update process for the student model, it is very, very possible. You see that in the create and the update process. Yes. So you see that for the create and the update, both of them, we had to manually create the form ourselves. Okay, we had to manually create the forms ourselves. You don't necessarily have to do that. You can use Django Forms to handle it. Django has this inbuilt forms class that can create this form for you automatically, and you just have to pitch some few things, and your form is ready. So the first thing you want to do is in your app. So you are going to create a forms.py file. So you can see this my app over here. If you look at all these things we have, you have to create a forms.py file. So the migrations that we did is what we have over here, that initial migration. So my app, I have to open this forms.py. Okay, so forms.py, the first thing you want to do from Django, import forms. Okay, from Django import forms, then from dot models import students. So this student is coming from the one that we just created. So you create a class. Okay, This class, you can do something like student form. So this student form is going to be inheriting from forms.model form. Yes. So you come here. The next thing you want to do, create a class inside. You can say meta, so you can declare the fields that you want in your form. So you can declare some inputs. So model equal to the student model that you imported, the student model that is coming from the same app. Then the fields that you want. So fields equal to, so the fields I can say first name, last name, age, biography, then mother's maiden name. Mother's maiden name. So these are the fields that I want. And with this simple form that you created, your update and your delete forms are sorted out. Your update and your the update and create forms are sorted out. So now the next thing we want to do is to modify the views, is to modify the two views. So you want to come to your views.py. So come here, from dot forms, import student form. Okay, import student form. So for this create over here, okay, let me put this one inside a multi-line string. So now it will be a comment. Now let me declare another def student create. Don't forget you are collecting requests, and this request, so student create. The first thing you want to do is to check the method of the request. So that is where this is going to come into play. So after this other one, now what you want to do is just say form equal to student form, then pass in request dot post. Don't forget, if it is a post request, what we do normally is to retrieve all the data using the post method inside of the request class. So basically that is what we are doing here. We are retrieving all the data that the user is passing into the form. So if the form dot is underscore valid, you can just say form dot save, and that is it. And when you are done, you redirect to student list like we did here, and that is it. I can just copy this too actually. Well, let me copy only this one because we still have to output the form. So you see return redirect student list. So but what if the method is not a post method? So that is where the else clause comes in. Then you can now say form equal to student form. So the student form that we created initially, then you come here and do something like this: return render. So you return request, then another thing you are going to be returning is create.html. Then after returning create.html, you want to pass in that form as a context. So form, then you bring in this form over here, which is form. Okay, So that is the form basically. So if I save this, now I have to update the HTML template. Okay, I have to update the HTML template. So I'll go to create.html. Create.html. Now instead of having all these other ones, I'll comment everything out. So you see how simple it is what we have to do. I'll just comment the whole of this one out. So you can see that all these ones now they are HTML comments. So after my CSRF token, all I have to do is just to bring in my form. Just say form dot as underscore p, and your form is set. So for this other one, I think yeah, that is it. Save and come here, create new student. You can see the form that we created in Django. The form that we created in Django. This is the form over here. So that form class that we created, where is it? Forms.py. You can see this form that we created. That is what we have over here. So first name, I can do something like do I have any other? Okay, I think I have a friend whose name is Tom, and our goalkeeper we call him Okoro. Okay, so his age it shouldn't be more than 13. Then biography. Let me get some jargon here. Okoro, I hope you watch this someday. So come here. No, this is not where I'm going to. Okay, so this is the biography. The mother's maiden name. I can say um maybe Blossom. Okay, so now if I click on create new student, you see Tom Okoro, the one that I just created now. So it shows you that the forms.py, this form that we created, it is working. So now let us modify the update view. So instead of having all these things here, we just use the form alone. But let's work on the views first. So you can see that we wrote less code here. We wrote less code here for the create. Now let's work on the update. So for the update, I can just bring this one and let me just make room for it here. So for the update, exactly. So def student update request. Okay. So for the update, the first thing we want to do, just like we did in the other one, is to get the student first. And don't forget, you are getting request comma pk. Okay. So which is the primary key. Then what else do we want to do? For the student the update, don't forget this is the first thing that we did, and this is the second thing. So the first and the second thing is here. So we get the student. Then if the request is a post request, the first thing that we want to do is to do something like this: form equal to student form. Okay, so now this student form, I'm going to be doing requests dot post. Don't forget what we did here. So for the form, we got the request dot post. Okay, here too we are also getting request dot post, but we are going to be passing this student as an instance into the Django form. So instance. Okay, so now the next thing that we want to do, if the form is valid, if the form is valid, basically what we did here. But in this case, we are redirecting to student detail, comma pk equal to pk. Very good. So that is if it is a post request. So the student update, in this case, just student form passing the request.post, then passing this particular student as an instance into it. Then if the form is valid, save it, then redirect to the student details so you can see the updated detail of the student. But if it is not a post method, you can just say else. So you can do something like let me copy the whole of this. So form equals to student form, but this is going to be update.html. Then form and form. Then after form, another thing that you have to pass in is student. Let me just use the context. Don't be lazy. Context equal to a dictionary. So this is going to be the first element in the dictionary. Then the second one, student. Okay. So yeah, just bring in context. So that is it. That is the update view. That is the update view. So for the update template, just like we did for the create template, this is the update template over here. We come here and the whole of this one, just comment it out so it is not visible anymore. So you can just come and say form dot as p. So this is update.html. Okay. So come here and if I come to Michael Sadiq and I click on edit, now we were having some issues there, but I've gone to fix it. So if you come to instance, if you check what we have, initially we were having students, but student is a class. So the object, the actual object of the instance of the object is what we need here. So instead of student, we use this student over here is what we need. So save this, come back to your views, and it should be working fine now. It should be working fine now. So blossom and all that. So if I want to change this one, if I want to change his last name to maybe Chukudi, so update and yeah, Tom Chukudi, it's working just fine. So with these changes, you've incorporated Django Forms to handle both the creation and the updating of the student instances. So Django Forms, they provide a convenient and standardized way to validate and process user input, making your code more maintainable and reducing the risk of common errors. So let us quickly talk about advanced models. Advanced models. So I want us to explore different type of relationships in Django models by creating a set of models representing an educational system. You have the students, you have the courses, you have the teachers. So we'll cover various relationship types, including the foreign key one-to-one, many-to-many, and the reverse relationship as well. So now let us um, if you come to models.py, so you can see that I've created student already here and I don't want to tamper with this model. So instead of student, I'll be creating candidate. I'll be using candidate instead of student. Okay. So now the models.py file, just go to your models.py file. Let us do a bit of modification to models.py file. So I'll create a teacher first. Okay. I'll create a teacher. So class teacher. So this teacher is going to be having models.model. Alright, models.model. So the name of the teacher is going to be a models.character field. So this character field now, I can say the max length should be 100 characters because that would be first name and last name. And so So that should just be self dot name. Close the all of these other ones. All right. So that will be teacher for you. Now let us create a course. All right, a course. So you know that a teacher is responsible for taking a course. All right. So class, let's say class course. Class course is going to be models.model. Then the course has a title, which is going to be a models dot character field. So this character field, I can just say the max length should be 200. Then the teacher now. So teacher equal to models dot foreign key. Models dot foreign key. So as for this foreign key now, I'm going to be having the foreign key of the teacher class. Okay. So teacher. Now on delete. Now we have two possible options, or two that I know of. We have cascade and set null. Okay, we have cascade and we have set null. So I can just say models dots. You can see we have cascade, and if you go down, I think we have set null. You see set null and set default or something. So, but I think I prefer cascade. Now, cascade means if you delete a particular teacher, then you delete all the courses that the teacher is responsible for. All right. If you are trying to access a course and the teacher cannot be found, basically you are going to be running into issues, into errors. So on delete means that when you delete this particular teacher, what is going to happen to this course? Okay. When you delete this particular teacher, what is going to happen to this course? So when you delete the teacher, all the courses that the teacher is handling, all the courses will be deleted, basically. Okay. If you delete a course, the course is not dependent, the teacher is not dependent on the course. It is the course that is dependent on the teacher in this case. Now the teacher is just a standalone model, but the course needs the teacher to complete its own field. So if you should delete the teacher, what happens to the course? So basically this models or cascade is saying that you just when you delete the teacher, just delete the course automatically. On the other hand, if you set it to set null, it will just in the database field, what you are going to be getting there is null. It will just set it as null. Okay. So that is it basically. So we can also include related name and call the related name maybe courses or something. Okay. Related name courses. So if from the teacher you want to get all the courses that the teacher is handling, you just use the related name. So class courses, then I can come here to so this will be self dot title. Okay. So moving on. Now we have let me use candidate instead since I've used student already. So class candidates. Okay. So models dot model. Then the next thing that we want to do, I can just say name equal to models dot character field. This character field, the maximum length is going to be 100. All right. Then courses equal to models dot many to many. Okay. Many to many field. Now if you look at what I did here, models.foreign key. In SQL, I believe that you understand what a foreign key is. So the point of contact between two database tables, basically. So for this particular teacher, in the course, the teacher's field is dependent on another model, okay, on another database table. So as for the candidate now, the courses that the candidate is taking is a many to many field, meaning that multiple candidates can take a course. So as for the course, the many to many field, we have course, then the related name. The related name equal to students. Yes, equal to students. So come here, copy self.name. Now in this example, teacher has no direct relationship with other models. If you look at what we have over here, teacher has no direct relationship with any other models. Okay, so we have the course. We have the course. This course has a foreign key with teacher, indicating that each course belongs to one teacher. So creating and applying the migration, that is what you want to do to commit this particular. Initially, this is everything we had in this model, but now we've created other models. Another thing you want to do is actually in the admins.py. So admin.site.register. After creating students, I think you have teacher, courses, candidates. So all you have to do, admin.site.register. So teacher, student, course, candidates. So normally I'm supposed to use student, but since I've created that one already, let me just use candidate. I don't want to tamper with the student. So come, let me quit my server first so I can apply all those migrations. So Python manage.py make migrations. You can see all the models I just created. Now Python manage.py, then migrate. Okay, so it have applied all the migrations, I think. Okay, very good. So come to the database table. So if I should come back to my app, okay, my server is off. Okay, so you can see under my app, you see I have candidates, courses, students, and teachers. So let me create a teacher. If you want to add a teacher, I can say Tayo is a teacher. Save. Then let me add another teacher. So let me say Gilbert. Okay. Let me add another teacher, Mike. Save. So I have three different. Let me use capital letter for this. Now I have three teachers now. Okay. So for these three teachers now, let me go to courses. So courses, I will add a course. The title of this course, let me say numerical analysis. So teacher, you can see that it is suggesting or it is giving me the opportunity to choose from those teachers that I created initially. So I can just come to Eitayo, then I save. So that is numerical analysis for you. Okay, so save and add another. Let me say mathematical methods to, then let me add maybe just Gilbert. So save. So you can see now that I have courses. I have two different courses and I'm able to choose from the teachers. Okay, the teachers for this course. Now if I go to candidates now and I add a candidate, So you can see the courses. I can just select which of the courses the candidate is going to be taking. I can select as many as possible. If you hold the control and select, it will show you. You will have the ability to choose the courses that this particular person is taking. The name of the candidate, I can be having something like maybe B or something. Then save. So if you open B, you can see you have multiple courses that B is taking. So you can just go ahead and create the views and can create the views. Now let's go and create the views with which we are going to be displaying our complex Django models. So come to views.py, then let me just make a bit of room here. So you're going to be importing teacher, you're going to be importing course, and you're also going to be importing candidates. Okay, I'm going to be importing candidates. So let us do a view teacher detail. Okay, def teacher detail. So for this teacher detail, we are going to be having requests, and we are going to be getting the teacher ID basically. Let me just say teacher ID. So for this one, I can have something like teacher equal to teacher dot objects dot all. It should be object dot get actually. I want to get pk equal to teacher ID. So basically, I want to get one particular teacher. That is what I want to do here. I want to get one particular teacher. Now, object.get that you are seeing over here, what you have seen so far is get object of 404. So instead of saying get object of 404, you pass in teacher, then pk equals to, you can also say object.get and it will still do the same thing. Okay. Now, for this particular teacher, I have the teacher's name. Okay, if you come to the models, if you come to models.py, for this teacher I have his name. Okay, but now I don't know what courses the teacher is taking. I don't know what courses the teacher is taking. So what I will do is that from there, since the related name is courses, I can just say teacher dot courses and it will give me all the courses that the teacher is taking. Okay, so if I come to views, I'll come and say courses equal to teacher dot the related name courses dot all. So it just give me all the courses that the teacher is taking. Then context equal to what? Let me just say the context is a dictionary. Don't forget teacher is going to be teacher. Then courses courses. So let us also do another one for we did teacher details. Now let us do another one for course details. Okay, for course details. So from the course details, we will get the students that are taking the course. All right, we get the students that are taking the course. Copy and paste. So this will be course details. All right, course detail. So request. Then we are going to be taking the course ID. The course ID. Course ID. All right. So for this course now, this is going to be a course. So this is going to be instead of teacher, we are going to be having course. Then instead of teacher, we are going to be having course ID. Course ID. So after this course now, after getting all the course, after getting the current course, the next thing that we want to do is to get the teachers taking the students taking the course rather. So instead of courses, you're going to be having students. So students. So this will be course.students dot all. Course.students dot all. So for the context, we are going to be having course. Then we are going to be having students. Then students. Okay, save. Now we are going to be I'm going to be creating two extra HTML files. One will be used to display these teacher details. One will be used to display course details. So we are going to be doing this manually. We are not going to be doing a list for any of the two. So the next thing to do is under here you will come and create course, maybe course details .html. So in this course detail.html, you can have an h1 there, then you have the course title. Don't forget that we are passing course inside. Course dot title. That is for the course detail. So now students enrolled in this course. You can just say h2 students enrolled in course.title. So we have the unordered list. So this unordered list now, I will now bring in a for loop. Okay. So we will now say for students in students. Okay. Don't forget we are having end for. End for. So I can just come here and create a list item, then the list item will be the name of the student. Students dot name. Okay, so that will be for this other one over here for course detail. So let me copy this for the teacher detail. So for the teacher detail, so basically this will be teacher dot name. Teacher dot name. So students taught, this will be courses taught by teacher dot name. Courses taught by teacher dot name. So for course in courses, okay, for course in courses, so we are going to be having course dot title dot title. Now let's go and do the URL mapping. Let's do the URL mapping. So course links. So let's do the URL mapping now. So to configure the URL, you can just say path. So if I have teacher, then slash int. Don't forget we are using teacher ID. Okay, we are using teacher ID. So, and the name of the teacher detail, course detail. But for this one, it's going to be teacher detail. Teacher detail. Then the name, I can just say name equal to teacher detail. Okay. So the next one is going to be course detail. Okay, course. So course ID, course detail. I think everything is ready. Okay. So now if you come here and if you come under teachers, I'm having Mike, I'm having Gilbert, and I'm having Eitayo. So I think Eitayo is the first one that I created. And you can see from the URL that you're seeing underneath here, the ID is one. You can see the ID of Eitayo is one. So let's try to get for Eitayo as a teacher. So if you come here and teacher slash one, um, oh, I didn't return return render. I'm rendering requests. Then teacher detail teacher detail.html. Then don't forget the context. So I think for this second one, let's just rectify it. Course detail.html. So reload this. Okay, you can see teacher one, then Eyitayo. Courses taught by Eyitayo. We have numerical analysis. Let me add more courses to this for him. So if you come to Eyitayo, if you come to courses, let me create another one. Let me say computer introduction, and the teacher is maybe Eyitayo. Save. Let me add one more, statistical methods. Then Eyitayo again. Save. So I've added two more. If you come here and you reload, you see I'm getting the two more courses taught by Eyitayo. Okay, so I just added these two: computer introduction and statistical methods. All right. So that is to tell you that that is a demonstration of advanced relationships in Django models. So let us work with the second one. The second one, which is the course details. Okay. If you come to the URLs, so I think course slash the details. So if you come to no, let me just use course instead. If you come here, teacher two, you see courses taught by Gilbert. All right. So, but let me come here and course course. Let me just use the first one. You see numerical analysis. Students enrolled in numerical analysis. You can see B. Okay. Let me enroll another student. Control O. Let me enroll another student. So student. No, I think it's candidates. Candidates. So add a candidate, and the candidate. Let me say Owen. So Owen, let me enroll Owen for what course is that? Numerical analysis. So let me enroll Owen for numerical analysis. Come back here, reload. You see, it is no longer B alone. It is now B and Owen. So you see what we did with the Django models. You see what we did with the Django models, where we created a teacher, then we created a course. The course is inheriting a field from the teacher hereby, so therefore we have to use the foreign key. So and the related name that we have is courses. So if you want to access the courses that a teacher is administrating, is heading, all you have to do is just say the teacher instance dot courses. All right. So we also have the candidates. So each and every candidate have the courses that they are enrolled for, and it's a many to many field, telling you that many candidates can be enrolled for one course, and a course can be enrolled for many. A candidate can be enrolled on many courses. All right, multiple candidates can enroll for one course, and a candidate can enroll for multiple courses, and the related name is student. So if you want to get the students that are enrolled for a particular course, all you have to do is just to say course dot students. All right, which is the related name, which is what we did here. Models views. So now we are going to be talking about user management. Okay, we're going to be talking about user management. Django have made a provision for ease of user management and all that. So let's just get into it because this one is filled up already. So let's just keep everything simple by creating another app. So to create another app, basically, what we will do is we will come here where we have the server, copy. So where we have the server, Python manage.py startup. You can now say user, or let me say user area. Or okay, let me just say user area. So you can see the app user area over here. So for me to connect user area to the other project, so just come here, settings.py, then user area. Don't forget. So then another thing that we want to do inside user area, I want to create a urls.py file. So no, that will be a file. urls.py. Okay, so under this other urls, I'm going to be needing this urls.py. Okay, let me save this one for now. So in the urls.py of the project itself, in the urls.py of the project itself, I can just come here. So I can do something like users or user. Let me just say user slash then user slash. So well, I can actually leave it like this. So it will automatically add the slash for me. So now in the user area, I can URL pattern. So this URL patterns equal to, so I can just say path. Then inside this path, I'm going to be having a string which is the route. I can just leave this one like this. So, or let me just say register. So this register, I'm going to be having a register view, and the name is going to be equal to register. Okay. So I have to add this urls.py to the main one. So instead of my app.urls, that will be user area. Okay. So which is the name of the app, the user area app, user area.urls. So I think I'm done with this one. So don't forget, if you come to urls.py for the project itself, so you see that I have user over here. What I have is user. Okay, so every URL that is in this urls.py file precedes with, if you want to call it in the project, it will be user slash register. Okay, where's the urls.py file again? You see user. Okay, I think let's just, for consistency, so Okay, so save this. Then in the views of this particular user area, you come to views. So we create the view now. We want to create the register view. So from no the register. So don't forget, you're going to be taking the user's request, then you're going to be returning render, then just render something. So this is register. Then you come to urls.py from .views import register. Okay, so you can see that for this particular user area, all the models that we are going to be using here, they are inbuilt, so we don't have to create our own model. So basically you can see user area now. If you come to models, empty. I'm not creating any models for user area, so everything I want to do, they are inbuilt. So I can even take this one out. Okay, I will be needing some of these things. So now to start with, I'm going to create a register.html, a register.html, register.html. Okay, so this is the register.html. So I'm going to be creating a form. Let me just copy from one of all this other. Maybe create HTML. Copy. Then the register h1 register new user. Okay, so come here, form. It will be a post form. Don't forget, we have user details that we want to send over the form, so we don't want to send it as a get request. Okay, so we have the, actually what we just need is name, email, and then two passwords. So instead of first name, you can just say Ctrl D, the name. Okay, so this one also name. So that is all we need, just name and name. So for this other one, we don't need it. Another thing we need is email. So email. So but for this one, I'll be having email. The type is going to be email. Don't forget. Then we're going to be needing two password fields. Two password fields. So the first one is going to be. Let me just copy this one. So for password, so this is going to be capital letter password. So this one I'll just copy and I'll paste it again. So this will be repeat password. Repeat password. Okay, repeat password. So this will be for password 2. For password, the type is password, name is going to be password 2. That is all I need. I can take all this other garbage out. So that is my registration form. That will be my registration form. So you can see form, the action is on the same page, and it's a post form. So I have the name field, the email field, I have the password field, then I have the one for repeat password. Okay, repeat password. Then let me just say create new user instead. Create new user. So now let's go to the register view. Let's go to the register view. So in this particular view, we can also use class-based views here, since we are going to be having a get part and the post part and the get part. So if the request dot method is equal to a string post, then obviously we want to create a new user. So what we want to do is username equal to request dot posts. Don't forget, what is the name? The name is what? Um, Actually, it is user name that I want us to use. User name, copy. No, yeah, username. So what we have here is username. So username, then copy. So I think four fields. So username, email, password. Then this is going to be password 2. All right. So I have the username field. If you come here, you see username, email, password, then password 2. So this is me extracting or retrieving all the data sent by the user. All right. So um, now I'm going to be checking if password 1, all right, or if password rather equal to password 2. So I'm going to import the user now from django.contrib.auth.user contrib.auth.models rather dot models import user, and after user another thing you want to import is auth. Okay, so those are the two things we need, user and auth. So if the password that the user entered, if the password is correct, then what I want to do, if the password is correct, another thing I can actually do is that from Django dot contrib from Django dot contrib I can import message. Okay, I can import messages. Okay, yes. So I'm going to be demonstrating how to use it. So if the password equal to password 2, meaning that the password that this user entered and the password that this user entered it correlates, then we want to go ahead to check if the email already exists first. Okay, we want to check if the email exists. So basically we'll say if the user dot objects, okay, dot filter. Now I want to filter by email dot exists. Okay, so if this exists I can just say messages dot info request. Then you can do something like email already exists. Okay, I want to use capital letter. Email already exists. Okay, so messages info, email already exists. That is how to check if, because you don't want to be creating users with duplicate emails in your database. So that is the first thing. Another thing you can check for is username. Another thing that you can check for is username. So let's actually do it. Another thing you can check for is the username. So I can also say um, so dot object username, but in this case it will be small u. Okay, so else if, actually it should be elif. Okay, so now else. Now this is where we create the user. Now how do you create the user? You just say user equal to user dot objects dot create. Okay, so we want to create username equal to username, email equal to email, then the password equal to password. So now what I want to do after creating this one, so basically what I did here is that I just created a new user instance. I have not saved this to my database. So I'll come and say user.save, then after saying user.save, I will now return redirect. Okay, I've not brought in render redirect. Yes, so return redirect. And where am I redirecting to? I'm redirecting to login. Okay, I'm redirecting to the login view. So now if it doesn't get to this particular part, so just render the regular HTML. Okay, return render HTML. If password equal to password, return render. And what do I want to render? Register.html. So that will be request comma register.html. Okay, so basically that is how you create a new user. That is how you create a new user. So now don't forget these things that we have over here, messages. So I can just say come here for, okay, I'm forgetting something. So this is if the method is post. So but if it is not a post request, so obviously I'll just return render what exactly what I did here. Just return render, copy, then post. Save this. Register.html. So don't forget. So I can say for message in messages. So this message is basically is coming from this messages object. Okay, from this Django contrib messages. That is where it's coming from. So in messages, then and for. So you can just say span, or let me use paragraph. A paragraph, then you just say message. Okay, so title, no, style. So this style, I just want the color to be red and the font weight to be bold. Color to be red and font weight to be bold. So let me save this. I think we are good to go now. So this is the views for the register method. So you can see what I'm having over here. So if this, okay, it will say email already exists, then it will come down, it will break out of this whole if else, then it will come and register, render register.html. Or if this is not in check, if the username already exists, it will do this and skip to return this one. But none of this if none of this is true, then obviously it will come and create the object, the user. After creating the user, it will save it, then redirect to the login. Now we have not created the login view, so let's just create it temporarily. So to create the login view, let me just do something like login.html for now. Login.html. So this login.html now, h1, login to your account. So for this register, I'll copy the whole of this, then come to login and paste it there. So login, okay. So all I need is just email and password. That is all I need to log in. I only need the email. I think username and password rather. What I need is username and password. So I don't need email. Then I don't need this other one. This is all I need. So then login. Okay. So since I have my login.html, I can come to the views. Let me create a login view. Let me create a login view. So the login. So login is going to be taking requests. Don't forget. So after taking requests, let me just return render requests, then login.html. Okay. So save this and come to the URLs, import register, comma login. So copy the whole of this and paste it here. So this will be login. Login. Okay. So we can now test everything that we've been doing since. So this register, for example. So this register is going to be user slash register. So come here and do user slash register. Oh, my server is off. Okay, so you can see what I have. Let me use another browser. So the other browser that I will be using, I can use, let me use my Firefox. Okay, so let me use Firefox. Okay, so you can see the register new user that I have. Register new user. So I don't have any messages at the moment. I don't have any messages. So if I want to register a user, I can do something like the username. I can say HID underscore, or let me just say HID tutorial. HID tutorial. So copy, then for the email hidtutorial@gmail.com. For the password, let me also use HID tutorial and this HID tutorial. Okay, so I can create a new user. Now you can see it is telling me that the CSRF verification is failed, and I believe you know the reason why it is failing. It is because of that CSRF. Supposed to do that CSRF. No, actually it should be CSRF token. Yes, CSRF token. So save this and come back. So don't forget it is here. So go back. So you can see user register. Let me reload user register. So the username HID tutorial HID tutorial, the email hidtutorial@gmail.com, the password, then also the password. Okay, so create a new user. Now you can see that it is telling me to log into your account. Okay, it is telling me log into your account. That is to tell you that the new user have been created. If you should come to the admin dashboard, this dashboard over here, and you come to users, you can see that HID tutorial that we just created is here, and it doesn't have staff status. Okay, so this HID tutorial cannot log into the admin dashboard. Even if it does, it cannot. So you can see the available user permissions. You can see these are some admin permissions. You can create a user, then you enable them to do some things, and you disable them from able to do other things. So from being able to do other things, so you can see the last login, the date joined. He has never logged in, this particular user. Then you can see the date joined. You can see the date. So this is it. This is the username and this is the password. So you can just neglect this one for now. You can just neglect this one for now. Whatever you enter as the password is what is going to be used. So now that is you being able to create a new user. Okay, so but we did a bit of check. We did a bit of check here. So let us check if the check is working. This check over here. Okay, so come here and let us check. Let us just go to register. So the username, let me use one. So the email address will be the exact email address I used the other time. Okay, so you can see that the email address is the same thing. Create a new user. You can see the email already exists. You can see that the messages that I used, this messages.info that I used, the message is coming from django.contrib messages. So messages.info request, then email already exists, which is exactly what I'm spitting out through the register.html over here. For message in messages, then just bring it here. Okay, so and the message is what you are having over here. Okay, so the username, let us test for the username as well. So let me give it a different email at gmail.com. Password is this and password is this. Okay, so if I try to create this new user now, it is telling me that username already exists. Okay, so you can see that the check that we did, the check is working fine. So that is how you can create a new user in your Django project, in your Django website. So if you want to manage the user, you just come here, come to users, then you see all your users over here. Whatever management you want to do, you come here and you do the management. If you want to create user groups, the user groups might be, you might be having you might be building a site for an organization and you want to group everybody into their department. So you create different departments, you filter them and do all those things. You can give them different permissions from here or whatsoever you want to do. Okay, you can do all the management from this dashboard. Okay, so well, that will be all for user management. Now let us work on the login and the logout system. Okay, let us work on the login and logout. The login and the logout. So for us to do the login and the logout, you can see this is the login over here. This is the form that we are going to be using to log in. Don't forget it is a post form. So the CSRF that we did over here, we have to add it to the post form as well, so that we will not run into problems. Okay, so for the login method, for the login view rather, for the login view, where is it? Where is the login view? Where is the login view? So this is the register, this is the login view. So now the first thing I want to check, um if request the method equals to post, that is the first thing I want to check. If request the method equals to post. So if request dot method equal to post, if request the method equal to post. Okay, Then let me get to the username and the password first. I'll get to the username and the password. So let me just use username and password. I can just use this to get username and password. So after getting the username and the password, I'm going to do something. I'm going to say, I'm going to do something and say user equal to auth. Don't forget the auth that we brought in here. This auth dot authenticate. Auth dot authenticate. So auth dot authenticate. Then I'm going to be passing in that username and password. So username equal to the username that the user is giving me, then the password equal to the password that the user is giving me. Okay, the password that the user is giving me. So now, if this auth.authenticate is true, basically this is not logging the user in. This is not logging the user in. What this line of code is doing is to check if the password is matching the username, if the username and the password they correlate. So now I will now say if the user, no, if user is not none, then what do I want to do? Just auth dot login. Okay, auth dot login request dot user, and that is it. This is the line of code that actually that does the logging in. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is to return redirect to home. Return redirect, so it is going to be taking us to that home page, that the index.html, that index.html. But that is not what I want it to happen. This is going to take us to index.html. um, or let me create a dashboard.html. Create a dashboard.html. Okay, depending on the kind of application you are writing, you might actually have to route the user to the home page, but just for this training purposes I can say logged in h1, welcome to the dashboard. Okay, so I will now say h2, you are logged in as, let me just leave this one for now. So this is going to be dashboard.html. Let me go to urls. So copy. So this is going to be dashboard. So let me dashboard. So the dashboard doesn't exist yet. So let me just quickly come here to create it. So dev dashboard. So for this dashboard now, I'm going to be having requests. Then I will just render, no, I will return render. Then requests dashboard.html. Okay, so this is the dashboard. So let me just redirect to dashboard. Okay, let me just redirect to dashboard. So this will take the user to the dashboard. This will take the user to the dashboard. So now if the request method equal to post, so if the user is not known, basically you log the user in. Okay, but else what is going to happen, you can just say messages.info, then you do something like request invalid credentials. Invalid credentials. So after that, you return render login. Return redirect login. So it will be on the same page actually. Return redirect login. Return redirect login. So we are done with this login view. We are done with this login view. So that will be it for logging in. So on this dashboard now, you can see what I'm having. You are logged in as whatever. So you can only get to this dashboard if you are logged in. Okay. So come here, dashboard. Now for this dashboard, if the user is authenticated, then what I want you to do is just to go to the dashboard. If it's not authenticated, I'll route you to the login page. So there is a particular decorator that you can import that can help you to do it. All you have to do is just to attach the decorator to the function as login required. But let's just do it manually and go away. So if to check if the user is logged in, if request dot user dot is authenticated, okay, dot is authenticated, what do I want to do? Return, actually, if not if not user if not request the user that is authenticated, then return redirect login basically. But before I log you in, messages.info, you have to be logged in. You have to log in. But if the user is authenticated, meaning that this is wrong, then just take them to the dashboard.html. Okay, now that we are sure that if the user is not authenticated, you are not getting access to this view. So I want to be able to show the user's username in the HTML file. So one way to do this, I can just say request.user.get username, then I'll add it to the context here, or I can just come here and do something like this. So I can say user dot get username. Okay, so user dot get username. So let me just log in, come here, login, login. So I have HID tutorial initially, HID tutorial. So just login. It is telling me invalid credentials. It is telling me invalid credentials. Login, auth.login. I know where it is coming from. Auth.login, this should be request comma user, not request.user. Sorry about that. That should be request comma user. That should be request comma user, not request.user. So please take notes. Request comma user. So if I come here and I reload this, resend, you can see you are logged in as admin. So I logged in with the admin login details. Okay, so you are logged in as admin. Now I want to point your something to your attention. So if the user is not authenticated, then you have to show them you have to log in. All right, you have to log in. So return redirect login. So let me quickly create the logout link. Let me create the logout view, rather the logout view, so we'll be able to test the login and the logout and all that. So come here, the logout view. So logout, logout, logout. So save this and come here, def logout requests. So if the user wants to log out, all I have to do is just auth dot logout, and that is all. Auth dot logout, then request. Auth dot logout request, then you return redirect. Normally, I want to return redirect to home. Okay, to home. Let's just return redirect to home. So yeah, return redirect to home. So now that we have the logout, we have the view and the okay. So now let's try to log out. If I come to this dashboard.html, let me add br, let me add a link, which is add a link. So this link now, so URL, then logout. So URL logout, log out. So anybody that clicks on this link, it will log the user out and redirect the user to home. Like what is happening over here, it will log the user out and redirect the user to home. So come here, if I should reload this, you can see the logout link over here. Click on the logout link, you can see Django is simple, which is what is available at the index.html that we did in the beginning of the tutorial. So that is it. That is it. Now, let us try to access that dashboard now. Let us try to access that dashboard now. So if I should reload this, the user is no longer logged in. Okay, the user is no longer logged in, so you cannot access the dashboard. If I should come to dashboard, the user can no longer log in, so it will route you back to the login page, which is what I did over here, okay. So but I want to remove this check. I want to remove this check. I want to remove this check. So if I should remove this check, what is going to happen? Can you guess? So dashboard. Now it is not getting the username. It is not getting the username, which is not what we want, and it is showing logout here for someone who is not logged in. Okay, so instead of doing this check here, another feasible way to write your code is that if you come to dashboard.html, there is this particular um, there is this way you can do the check in the front end. You can say if user dot is underscore authenticated. Eh? So you also come down. Actually, this should be percentage, and this is also percentage. So you come here and do the end if. Okay, end if, end if. So now, if the user is authenticated, then you can bring the whole of this one. Or you can say elif, then end if. Now you are logged in as this. Login. So this one is going to be you are not logged in. You are not logged in. Now if you come here and you come to the dashboard now and you reload. Okay, the reason why it was shouting the other time is because of this else over here. I used elif, so it should be else. It should be else I'm using here actually. So save this and come back. If you should reload your, you see, welcome to the dashboard. You are not logged in. If you look at what I have over here, so if the user is logged in, if the user is authenticated, then you are logged in as so 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 and so. So then there will be a logout link. But if the person is not logged in, you are not logged in, then it will give a link with which you can log in. So come here, click on the login. Um, so login is telling me valid credentials. So while trying to set up the login system, I encountered an error, so I had to go back to rectify it. I don't need this again. So I had to pause the video. I had to cut the recording, go to rectify it before coming back. Okay. So what happened is that with the registration form that we did initially, so let me click on logout. So if you go to register, now this registration form that we created, anybody that should register with this form initially will not be able to log in. Anybody that register with this particular form initially, all things being the same the way we did it initially, will not be able to log in. And the reason is because we were supposed to manually set the user's password. Okay, so if you look at what we did at upon registration, we said if the request is a post request, then we extract all the data that we want. Then we do this check if the email exists, if the username exists, and all those things. Now we created the user. Then we now said the user.object.create. We say username equal to what? Username. Email equal to email. Then password is password. Then we were supposed to manually set the password too. I don't know the reason why we have to manually do this, but well, we had to manually set this password. Okay, we had to manually set this password. So by default, the users are active. So or we just leave it there for precaution. Just leave it there for precaution. But so with this now, anybody that should sign up using our form will be able to log in because we added this set password. So please add it on your end. So let's go and check it out. So this is the registration form. Now I can just say Ronaldo, the email address ronaldo@gmail.com. The password will be Ronaldo. Okay. So now create a new user. Now the username Ronaldo and the password Ronaldo. Okay. Enter. And guess what? You'll be able to log in as Ronaldo. Okay, you are logged in as Ronaldo. Now, if you come to the dashboard.html, you see that if the user is authenticated, do what? You are logged in as what? The username. But log out, when you log out, it will route you to the login page. Okay, so what I want to do now is that I want to log out. After logging out, let me go back to dashboard. So if I should go to dashboard, you are not logged in, then it will show me this login URL, okay, which is exactly what we set up here. So if the user is authenticated, you are logged in as whatever, then log out. But if it is not authenticated, you are not logged in. So it will give a login URL. So basically, that will be all for the login and the logout system. So please try to rectify that on your end. You are going to be having a set password, very very important, user.set password and user.isActive. So if the user is not active, then obviously you will not be able to log in. If the user is not active, you will not be able to log in. But and well, that will be all for the login and the logout in Django. Basically, that will be all. So now that we've learnt a lot about Django, let us do just a bit of exercise. We want to create a blog, just something very little that we'll just use to wrap up the tutorial. So what I would do is that so I have the user area app. Let me create the blog app. I will create an app, then I'll call it blog. I'll create an app, then I'll call it blog. So Django manage.py start app. Then what app do I want to start? Blog. No, it should be Python actually. It should be Python manage.py. Python manage.py. Okay. So now I have blog. So come here, create a urls.py file. So this urls.py, I'm going to be needing, let me just copy this beginning, copy. So I'm going to be creating only two views, just the archive and the detail. Okay. So the archive and the detail. So path. Then inside this path, I'm going to be having archive, and the name of the view is going to be archive, and the name equal to archive. So the next view that I'm going to be having will be detail. Slash, don't forget the URL parameters. So int pk. So this is going to be detail, and this is also going to be detail. Or let me use blog detail. Okay. So before moving on, let me create the model for the blogs. So the model for the blogs, I can just say class blog post. Okay, it will be inheriting from model. Then it's going to be having a title, and the title is going to be model dot a character field. Models dot character field. So I'm not going to be restricting the maximum length. Let me just leave it. So then I'm going to be having the excerpts. So the excerpt, I can do something like model, also a character field, models dot character field. So if I want to add the featured image of the blog, I can just use an image field, but I want to keep that out for now. So the content of the blog itself, content. Okay. So the content, I can do models dot text field. Okay. So let me just use these three for now, just these three. So I have to do my migrations. How can I do the migrations? All I have to do is just to come to the project. Then in the settings, I have to include the blog. Then in the urls.py, blog. Okay, blog.urls. So my blog is connected to the main project. So let me quickly make my migrations. So make migrations. I know where this is coming from. urls.py. Yes, there should be a comma here. Oh, and I've not created this archive and detail. I haven't created it. So let me quickly create them in let me quickly create them in views. Yeah, views.py. So the first thing I want to create dev archive. No. Let me quickly create it. Dev archive. So this archive is a function. Return render. Return render. What will you render? Just render request first. So archive is supposed to take in requests. Then you render request, comma, archive dot html. Actually, something I want to do, I want to, in the blog, in the templates folder, I want to create a blog folder. So I'm going to be having all the all the blog templates inside the blog folder. Okay, so just to keep it organized. So this is going to be the archive, archive, the archive, and urls.py, the detail. Okay, so now I have the archive and the detail. So yeah, I can go to make my migrations. Okay, I didn't include the max length, so Django is telling me that I have to include the max length. So the max length is what? Let me say 300. Why this one? The max length is going to be 500. Actually, the max length of this one can be 200. So save this. Come back to the terminal. Okay, very good. So now migrate. Okay, very good. So come here, and if I should reload this, I've not run my server. Okay, my server is now running, so I can do this. You can see there's no blog over here. So under admin.py, from models, import blog post. So you come here and do admin.site.register, then blog post. Save this and come back here. You can see that we didn't set the password initially. That was the reason why I think it was displaying no password over here. I think that's the reason why that it wasn't logging in the user initially till we set the password manually. So come to groups. No, this is where blog post. This is where I'm coming to blog posts. So add blog post. The first one, the title. Let me just say title one. Then the excerpt. The excerpt. Where is my lipsum.com? Let me just. This is going to be the excerpt. So copy and paste. So save this. So you can see the blog post object. So I can just come here under the models and def underscore underscore str underscore underscore self, then return self dot title. So come here and reload. So you see title one. So add another blog post. I'm going to be adding four. So I'm going to be adding four. So the title is going to be title two. You can try to beautify this as much as you can, but I don't want the tutorial to be. This is a long tutorial already. I don't want it to be longer than it should be. Ed, then copy the whole of this. Okay, so I think this excerpt is too short. So save and add another title 3. So then the last one, title 4. Title 4. You can do this anyhow you want to, but I'm just trying to speed things up. I want to speed things up. So copy, paste. Okay, so save this. So now I have 4 posts, title 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I have on my blogs. Close this one, views. Okay, so for this one, for archive urls.py, I'm going to be pulling pk for detail. So under detail, I'm going to be saying comma pk. Okay, so if you look at what we did under this views.py, if you look at what we did, so I think this is just all we did under detail. So just blogs. So this is going to be from dot models import blog posts. So this will be blog posts. So and this is going to be pk. So this is going to be getting us a particular blog post, but this other one is going to be getting us all blog posts. So this is practically going to be blog post.objects.all blogs.all. Okay, so for this first one, I'll just pass the blocks into it. So context equal to blogs blog. So for this other one, so blog will be equal to blog, then passing the context, and also pass the context into this other one. Okay, okay, very good. So I think we are done with the views. So this is going to be pulling one particular blog post, while this is going to be pulling just a this will be pulling one blog post. This is going to be pulling all the posts, which is what we want anyway. So come here and now for the template, like I said, I'm going to be using, if you come to views, you can see that blog slash archive and all that. So in my template, I'm going to be creating a folder, and the folder is going to be blog. It's going to be a folder blog. So inside this folder, I'm going to be creating a base.html. Then I'm also going to be creating archive.html. Then I will be creating detail.html. In the base.html, I'm going to be having html5. Then I can just say blog archive page, or let me use this base.html. I can steal some things from here, so I can actually carry the whole of this. can actually carry the whole of this. I'm not loading static, so there's no point leaving this. So okay, I'll be using the main CSS file. I don't mind. So this will be the header. I don't want to modify the header. Let me just say this is the site header. Okay. So as for the footer, I also don't want to modify the footer. So this will just be the site footer. Now after this, take away the script. Take away the script. So save this and okay, content. Okay. So I don't think I need this one anymore. So come here in the archive.html. So now if you come to about HTML, you can see it extends. Let me just copy this and archive. So it extends base.html, which is inside the same folder as it. So this will be the blog archive page. So the next block that we are going to be injecting content into according to this is the content block. Okay, so the content block now, content, for this content block, all I want to do is just to have something like a div. So this div is going to be blog single id, maybe blog single. Actually I'm supposed to put it in a for loop, so this is going to be for blog in blogs. And for okay, so basically do let me do an h3. So inside this h3 I'm going to be having blog.title, then I'm going to be having a small paragraph, paragraph. So blog.excerpt. So I want to truncate characters. This should be truncate chars. So let me reduce it to maybe 20 characters. Then I will add a link, maybe a link. So this will be a URL. So you bring in the URL directive and you route the person to where are the URL? So blog detail. So you route the person to blog detail and you're passing the parameter of pk. Don't forget the parameter that you're passing is pk. So you're passing pk equal to blog dot pk. Okay, so I think that will be all for this. Okay, so okay, so urls.py for the project URL. Okay, so that will be blog slash then urls.py for blog. Let me just use an empty distance. So this will be for the archive, then the detail we carry this other one. Okay, so save this, come here, then come to blog. Okay, you see I have all four. Okay, 20 characters. I think 20 characters is quite small. Let me make this 50. 50 characters is also small, but don't worry, let me just use it like this. And I'm supposed to have a link, read more, save. Okay, very good, read more. So what can I do? Just something very simple is what I want to do. I'm going to be having um, so if you come to the CSS now, let's write the CSS. Writing the CSS static main.css. So I'm going to be having main.css towards this end. Then let me have my HTML here. So I have the base over here. So now the first thing I want to do for the header, I'm supposed to have archive.html is extend.html. Let me see if this works. Okay, so now I forgot to load static. I forgot to load static. Load static. Save and come here. Then okay, so this is the site header. Then this is the site footer. Very good. So now what is the next thing to do? The next thing I want to do is that for this header and this footer, so for header and footer, to for header and footer, I want the font size to be maybe 4 rem. I want the text to align center, and I want the color of the text. The color of the text. Okay, so I want the color of the text color to be red. Okay, so and it will display flex, justify content, center, align items, center. Okay, so save this. See what it looks like now. Okay, this is what I'm having now. So background color. Let me give it a black background color. Save and reload. So let me increase the padding top and bottom. Say 3 rem. 3 rem. Then left and right 0. Let me reload this. Okay, so I think Mozilla Firefox is not caching the CSS to the web browser, but somehow Chrome is caching it to the web browser. So I think let me just finish up in Mozilla. Let me finish up in Mozilla. So this is the header, this is the site header, then this is the site footer. Okay, so you can design the header and the footer whichever way you want. Let me just make this thing a bit nice. Let me put this one as 2, and let me change this one to maybe yellow. Okay, so save, come to Mozilla and reload. Okay, so the header and the footer. So this space underneath the footer will look for something to do about it. So title 1, this and this. So now for the content, okay, this is base 2, then this is archive. This is base 2 and this is archive for blog and blocks. So I have blog single. Now if you take a good look at Ctrl Shift I, no, this is for Firefox, Ctrl Shift I. So if you inspect the HTML, if you look at the content now, you will see that inside the content you have the block single, block single, block single, and the block single. So one thing is that that base HTML will also be what I will be using for the single post page. So what I will do I think the wise thing for me to do is that this block content. So let me just say div dot archive. Okay, so when it gets to the other parts, I'll be able to demarcate it as well. So let me wrap everything inside this. So come here. If I should reload it, there won't be any changes yet. There won't be any changes. So the archive is inside the content. What can I do now? I can come here and do something like content. So this base 2, I have content first, or I can say dot an id content. I can say to style this one, I don't particularly have any special styles for the content, so let me just go directly to archive. So the content dot archive. So for this archive now, I want the width to be maybe, let the width be 80%, 80%, but the maximum width I can make it something like 900 pixels. So the margin top and bottom will be 0, left and right will be auto, so I'll position it in the middle. So that way I'm going to be having all the blocks. Come here and reload. Okay, so you can see it is now in the middle. It is now in the middle. So it is now in the middle, but I don't know. Okay, content. So this is content over here, then this is the archive. Okay, it should be 900 pixels. I used 90 pixels. That's a very big mistake. I'm sorry about that. So that should be exactly. So you can see it is now in the middle, 900 pixels. If I should try to inspect, so you can see that I have that space, that space in the middle where I can do whatever I want to do now. So that space in the middle, what I will do now, very simple. So for this archive, I'll just say display. I'll be using grid. Display it as grid. Then after displaying as grid template columns. I can do grid template columns of maybe 2fr. 2fr. Another way you can write 2fr, you can say no. Actually, that I wanted to do 1fr, 1fr, and another way to write 1fr, 1fr is to do something like repeat 2 times 1fr. So then the gap, I can say the gap should be maybe 2 rem. Then yeah, I think that should do. I think that should do. If I should save this, come back here, and I reload it. No, I don't want to. Let me just close this one so I won't be confused. If I should reload, you can see it is displaying everything in form of a grid now. It's displaying everything in form of a grid now. So this space underneath the footer over here, I don't like it. I don't like it. So what can I do? Um, this archive over here. This is the width. Should I give it a minimum height? Minimum height of maybe, or let me just leave it. Let me just leave it for now. Let me just leave it for now. So one other thing I might want to do here is for every block single, copy. So dot archive dot blog single, archive the block single. I can be having something like the width. I want the width to be 100%. This is not mobile responsive, so please, while you are doing yours, you might want to make it responsive, because I am expecting you to present this to somebody someday. So for the width, I might have 100%. Then for the minimum height, let me give it a minimum height of maybe 400 pixels. I'll give it a border, or should I give it a background color? If I give it a background color, what is the background of the page? Let me copy this. So background color. So this will be the background color. Then let me just look for a way to make it a bit lighter so I'll be able to differentiate it. I don't want it to be all white, but just a bit white. So then border radius, I want to give it a border radius of maybe 4 pixels. 4 pixels. So if I should save this one, I must be doing something wrong. Actually, this should be a class. So class. The way it's an ID, I won't be able to target everything. So okay, very good. You can see the way it's giving it to me. So let me just go and download on Splash. Let me download an image I can put there. My project, I think it's under static, yes. So if I should paste this here, see news.jpg. So now I can go into my Django, then I'll do something like this. I'll bring in the image img. So don't forget. So now static. Then if you look at the static folder, you see that it's on the main directory. So news.jpg, news.jpg. So the alternative text, I can just say news or breaking news. There's a way you can do it that you'll be able to upload featured images for each of the news items, each of the blog posts, but I'll just leave that out for now to keep it simple. So come here to load static. Okay, so save this and come here, then reload. So you can see it is there. So let me use css to control the image. So using css to control the image now, I can do something like archive blog, then image, then img. So I would say the width should be 100%. For the image, the top, I can say 4 pixels, the right 4 pixels, then 0 0, so that it can correlate with the border radius of everything. So after using that border radius, what else do I want to do? I can just say the height. I can say the height should be, if you look at this other one, the container, the minimum height is 400 pixels. So this one, I want the height to be somewhere around 200 pixels. Then, because the image will be distorted obviously, so object fit, I can say cover, then object position, I can say center. Okay, so save this and reload. So you can see it is way better now, and you can see the border radius. So I can even increase the height of the image. It doesn't hurt anyway. So I can just say, instead of the height of 200, I can say 250 pixels. So come here and reload it. 250 pixels, yes. So it is looking way nicer now. So what I want to do now is that the whole of this text, I want to put it inside a wrapper. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3, I want to put it inside a wrapper. So I can just say dot text content. So the whole of this three, I want to put everything in this wrapper. So now for this text content, I can just copy the whole of this, copy, then this will be dot text content. For the text content, what do I want? The first thing is the padding of maybe 1.5 rem. So if I should reload this, you can see it is giving me that 1.5 rem padding. So the title, so for the title, which is the h3, I can come here and style the title, which is the h3. I can style it as h3. So I can do something like font size of maybe 200 rem. No, what am I doing? I can say 4 rem. Then the padding bottom, so that I can give some spacing, maybe 1 rem. Okay, so you can style the title whichever way you want. So now this is too big. This is too big. So let me just give it maybe 2 rem is fine, or 2.5. Then the paragraph. You can change the color and anything at all that you want to do. You can change it. So, and you can even bring in what do they call it again? Google font. Let me show you. So font.google.com. Font.google.com. You can decide to bring Google Fonts into your Django application. So I have Roboto, I have okay. Let me use Source Sans Pro. Source Sans. Source Sans. Okay, let me just use this one. So you can have. Let me just use 300, 400, which is the regular. And okay, I think I have enter here. So let me just use the enter. Remove all. So I have only enter. This font is very nice. So this is enter. Add more styles. So for enter, apart from for regular 400, I want to add the bold as well. So this is the bold 700. Add the two of them. So you can use this in your HTML. You can copy the whole of this and put it in your HTML file, or you use the CSS import, which is what I prefer to do most times actually. So just bring this into your CSS. Okay, so for the body, so this is the CSS rule. Copy and just bring it here. So we know that the whole of the font now, if I should reload this, you see the font has changed. So everything is coming in shape. You can see the font has changed. So that is how you can bring Google Fonts into your project. So for this one over here, the excerpt, I made the 50 characters. Let me make this to be maybe 80. So reload. Okay, it is giving it some other content. So I'll just give it some margin downstairs. So this H3, okay, so this will be paragraph. So for this paragraph, I don't need this. For this paragraph, I'll just give it a margin bottom. Normally, the font size is supposed to be 1 rem. Then maybe margin bottom, maybe say 0.5 rem. 0.5 rem. If I should come here to reload it, you see it has given that space. Now for this read more, I can make it a full blown button. So an actual button. Copy and let's make it an actual button. So your possibilities with Django are endless, just endless. So come here, anchor link, then what do you want to do? So for this one, I can say the text decoration first. Text decoration should be none. Okay, so it will take away the underline. So I can say the background color should be that black that we used. There was a place where we used a black. I don't like using all black for my designs. Let's just do something. All black is not healthy for the eye. Okay, so let me just use this. So the background color is going to be control. What did I just do? It should be control V. Okay, very good. So that will be the background color. Then the font size. The font size is still going to be 1 rem. So, but let me just. Font size should be 1 rem. 1 rem is 16 pixels. So the font size is 1 rem. Then I can give it a padding. The padding, I can say the padding of 0.5 rem. Then 0. Maybe 75 rem. So 0.75 75 rem. So this is going to be the padding top and bottom, then padding left and right. Okay, so that will be, then what else? I want to give it a border radius. Let me give it 100%, so the borders are going to be curved. So come here and reload this. You can see, no, the border radius is too much. And moreover, the color, I want the color to be that yellow. Okay, I want the color to be that yellow. um no, the border radius should be maybe 2 rem. So border radius should be 2 rem. Reload it. Okay, you can see now, read more. But let me give a bit of spacing, margin bottom maybe 1 rem. 1 rem. So you can see it over here. I'll still give it more spacing actually. Let me make this 2. Let me make this 2 rem. And another thing I will want to change, um okay, let me just leave it like that. So if I save this and I reload it, okay, it is giving that spacing now. Okay, so I think we are done with the archive page now. You can design the header and the footer whichever way you want. What I would expect you to do is that you have a logo over here, then you have some menu items over here, but I'll just leave all those ones out for now. If I click on this, it takes me to the archive page. So to the single post page rather, which is the detail page. And you can see that in this detail page, we've not done anything. So for this archive page, I can just copy everything, then come to the detail page and just dump everything there. So, but this will be the detail page. This will be the detail page. So for this detail page, I don't need a for loop, because obviously before you come here, for this detail page, so this for loop, I don't need it. So save this, and now I have the image, then this div. So the image will be the same throughout. I'll be loading static. So for this detail page, I can make this, don't forget, from the view, what I'm passing is a blog, okay, an actual blog. So I can just do something like blog.title, okay. So because our blog has, if you go to the models, the blog model, where are you, the blog model, our blog has a title, excerpt and content. So basically it's the title and the content that we want to display. So if we come to the detail, we have the title, then instead of blog.excerpt we have blog.content, and there won't be any restriction to this. There won't be any restriction to it. So let me take this one out, no filters. So for this other one, the URL for blog, no, urls.py for blog. So it is the archive. So when you are on this detail page, instead of taking you to this particular page, it will take you to the archive page. So back to blog listing. Okay, back to blog listing. So save this, and if you go back here and you reload, you see everything is there. So you can see the header and the footer, which is exactly like the header and the footer in the blog page. If you come here, so you can see this is the archive page. This is the archive page over here, and this is the actual single post page. You can see that both of them, they are sharing the same header and footer. So that is the beauty of template inheritance in Django. That is one of the beauty of template inheritance in Django. One other thing I might want to do here is to add a box shadow. So let us see if we can add the box shadow. So text content is just okay. Yes, so let me see if I can add a box shadow. So this box shadow, I'm going to be having 0 0, maybe 2 rem, then 0, then RGBA. So this RGBA, for black, I'm going to be having 0 0 and 0. Then the alpha, I can do something like 0 point maybe 25. So just come here and reload. So the shadow is too much. So let me reduce this to maybe 0.1. Come here and reload. So the shadow is just fine. Okay, the shadow is just fine. So that is how you can add a block shadow, a box shadow to it. So you can see that the box shadow is adding a bit of color to it. It's adding a bit of beauty to it. So this is the blog archive page. So okay, for this one I can just come here and do something like the title of the blog. So blog dot title. Save this and come here, then reload. So you can see the title of the page is blog archive page, then title one. You can see. So for this other one, let's just quickly style it. So for this detail, what I did in archive is almost what I would do in the detail as well. So just this one. Actually, let me just copy the whole of. So for the detail. So for this detail, let me just paste this. So the width will be 80%, but the maximum width will be 900 pixels. Margin 0 auto. So now for the image, copy for the image dot img. Don't forget that this image is a static image, but you can always create an image field. You can create an image field, add it to your models, then like if you come to models.py, you can do something like img, which is the or featured image, then you can say equal to models dot image feed. You can see, but I won't be doing all that. I won't be doing all that. So save this and come back to the detail.html. So for the image, the same thing I did over here, the same thing I did over here. The width is going to be 100 pixels, but I'm just going to be giving it a different height, and I'm not supposed to repeat myself. So I can take this out. This is going to be archive. Well, let's just rewrite everything. So okay, so width 100%, the border radius 4 pixels, 0 0. The height I can make this 400 since it is the single post page. Object width for cover, object position center, and let me save this and come back, then reload. So this is it over here. Okay, the reason why this image, what is wrong? Control Shift I. Let me inspect the image. The inspector. So this container itself, which is the detail, but the image, I think it is because of the width, the natural width of the image. The image is 100%. So that is title, description. Okay, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? A quick fix is for you to download an image, or another thing you can do, since the height is 400 pixels, you can do something like margin top and bottom. You can give it maybe 2 rem, then auto, to put the image in the center. Okay, just to put the image in the center. The image isn't centered. The image isn't centered. No, I actually made a mistake here. So this is where it is coming from. It's supposed to work fine. So the image is not a class. The image is is an element. So I'm using the wrong selector. I'm using the wrong selector. So reload. Exactly. It should work fine now. And you can see the border radius working just fine. So as for the title and the text content, I think I might want to steal something. Actually, the whole of this. I might want to steal the whole of this. One thing I can do is just to take this out, so that it can rhyme with what we have in the with what we have on the archive page, so we won't have to rewrite it. Okay, so we can do the same thing for the image actually, but let me just leave that one out. So if I should reload, you can see it rhymes with what we have in the archive page, and you can see back to blog listing. So back to blog listing. If I click on this, it goes back to the blog listing. If I click on this, you see title 4, title 4. So go back to blog listing, then if I click on title 2, you see it comes to title 2. I think that thing that we did for this, let us do it also for, so for this blog single, let me just copy it. Let me just copy it. So I'll put it on detail directly. I'll put it on detail directly. So where is detail? Where is detail? Okay, this is detail over here. Let me just put it on detail directly. So I don't need the width and I don't need the minimum height. So I need the background color, the border radius, and the box shadow. That is what I need. Come here and reload. No, this is where you reload it, so you can see what it looks like now. So you can always edit your site header, your site footer, whichever way you want to do it. You can always do all that. So basically that is how to create a blog. Now this blog that I just created, there are so many ways you can make it even more sophisticated, but I'll just leave it like this. I'll leave it like this because the tutorial is long enough. So well, it has been a very long tutorial. Thank you very much for staying till the end. Thank you for staying till the end. The comment section is open for question, queries, or if you require additional information, please. You can always reach out. You can always reach out. So don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to like the video, and yeah, thank you very much for staying till the end. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.